just that use existing. People often feel
No world. Hmm. Okay. Hope everybody is doing well. What's going on, Mr. Muhammad Ali? What's going on, sir? Hope that you're having a good, what is this, Sunday? I think it's Sunday. No, it's Monday. Wow. Shows where my mind is. So what's going on with you on a Monday? Hmm. All right. Oh wow, MMA, huh? That's what's up. You know, if I knew, or if I like, that's like one of the things that kind of annoys me as being a content creator, is being in that space where it's like you feel like the only thing you can talk about is whatever most of your subscribers subscribe to you for. Like, for instance, like most people sub to me because of, my rants on Tekken 8, the stupid ass game. When I basically, talk about a lot of other different things. What's up, Jules? How you doing? Um, so it can get a little bit annoying and frustrating when you do want to speak about other things as a content creator. And I've seen like channels like vidIQ, TubeBuddy, and they'll tell you like, oh, well, you can do it this way, you can do it that way. But at the end of the day, I kind of understand it. It's like if somebody found me because I'm bitching and yapping and complaining about Tekken 8, and then all of a sudden I start talking about, even though it's a relevant topic, I start talking about like, oh, the next upcoming Xbox or the next upcoming PlayStation. It's like people be like, oh, well, we're not going to tune into this guy. And I get it, but it still is kind of annoying. So when it comes to MMA, I would love to speak about that. But, I don't want to like split the audience up too much, because some people, they just tune in to certain creators for certain shit. You know what I'm saying? And I get that. Um, Now Jules, right? She says right here, she mainly for gaming content. And that's great. But the unfortunately, what tends to happen is and some people don't mind it. Like a guy like Main Man Sui, right? He's one of the main Tekken creators on YouTube. He'll talk about Tekken until, he's blue in the face. and he does well for himself. And you got other creators that talk about Street Fighter, and then you got other creators like Rufelmonger. He talks about all fighting games. Me, I love gaming in general, so it's a little soul crushing if I talk about a topic like, for instance, one of the main topics right now that I've been seeing is the backlash that Call of Duty Black Ops 7 is getting in relation to Battlefield 6, which I played both betas. Now, I'm not an avid first-person shooter player, but I enjoy the games for what they are. And, I think they do certain shit better than the other. You know what I'm saying? And that's a main topic. You got the new Xbox handheld, right? They unveiling more information about that. You got all this the thing about the AI, which is basically taking over people's fucking jobs. Because it fucked over my sister, working for a company for 20 plus years, and they just gave her the boot because some AI bullshit. And then if I really want to go down that route, I don't even know how many people even are aware that Rockstar already confirmed that Grand Theft Auto 7 is going to be built primarily using AI. Now, just wait until the next, I guess, 20 years when that game comes out. People are going to be pissed. Well, I don't know. Maybe we'll be having like fucking chips in our brain and seeing virtual reality in real time. I don't know. But yeah, it was rough, and my sister, she's been recovering from that. But that's why I made that video talking about Microsoft with the 9,000 employees that they laid off. That's a real thing. I understand people want to talk about games and shit, but it's like, it's people's lives. And I understand, I understand the direction that Microsoft is going. I don't agree, but I understand it. And so I'll touch more on that, as this stream goes on. But yeah, Grand Theft Auto 7, Rockstar confirmed that they will be primarily using AI for that. And it's funny because they made a statement like that when they don't even have Grand Theft Auto 6 out. Because a lot of these companies, this is the direction they're heading. So, touching on the whole Call of Duty situation, I watched one of their main content creators. Well, I think he's one of their main ones. And he was showing how the main issues that people tend to have with Call of Duty Black Ops 7 is they don't like this thing called carry forward. Apparently, it's like if you paid DLC for Black Ops 6, where you got like, I don't know, you can run around as Homer Simpson or Beavis and Butthead and shit like that. People apparently pissed off about that, which I find hilarious. So they don't like that Activision is allowing people who paid for that DLC in Black Ops 6 to carry over to Black Ops 7. So that's an argument. I understand the argument on both sides, but I think people are just fucking salty about getting gunned down, against somebody who's running around looking like Beavis and Butthead. That's what I think, But yeah, Gamescom, amazing event. I wanted to cover that, but I'm still learning the ropes of this whole content creation thing. So when I look at other bigger YouTubers and they're pumping out video after video of this game, that game, and I'm like, how the fuck are they doing this? So I was thinking, you know what? Maybe I'll wait for the event to be over, which is today, or actually it was yesterday. That was the last day. And then I'll just make something. But then I got sidetracked doing my own thing, and but maybe I'll talk about it here because I'm gonna be doing this for a while on this live. Let me see. Took over 2 hours. It was a drag in the end. The 2 hours, it took over what, Gamescom? Or I wonder if we're talking about Gamescom here. It took over 2 hours, so it was a drag in the end, but in the beginning it was cool. Oh, the Gamescom stream. Oh, okay, yeah. I think it was several days. I caught the first day, which I think it was on the 19th. And it was hosted by Jeff Keighley, the Game Awards guy. And yeah, so I watched that. I was actually working out in my living room, so I kind of recorded it just for me to. I was going to do something with it, but it just didn't manifest. But I caught several of the major reveals. I caught Resident Evil. I caught, I think, Silent Hill. I think they showed that, if I'm not mistaken. And I think I watched part of day 2. So I think all in all, there's so many games to look forward to. And it's just kind of like, are we going to have time to play half of this shit? Because, I mean, there's games I got in my backlog right now, and I haven't even gotten to yet, you know? Well, see, the thing is, what you're saying here about the ads are always going to be there because, they got a, advertising space and all that stuff. In fact, that's an issue that people are bitching and complaining about when it comes to, I don't know if you watch wrestling or anybody watches wrestling like WWE, people complaining about the ads that's being placed even on the Netflix. Like if you watch like wrestling on Netflix, there's a ton of ads there and people complaining about that. So I think, it's going to get worse because these broadcasts cost so much money to air that putting ads is like their way of just trying to mitigate the cost. So that's why you see so many ads. So that's why that happens. They should do it how New Japan Pro Wrestling does with the thing is, WWE does that, I think. They put ads on the ring, they put it around the ring, they put ads every damn where, I think honestly, shit, at some point they're gonna have the wrestlers wear the ads. Can you imagine seeing Seth Rollins go into the ring or Roman Reigns with a Slim Jim banner on the side of his outfit? So it definitely still sucks, but I get it. It's business. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's like anything we can complain about. Like me, I bitch and complain about Tekken 8. I can bitch and complain about that fucking game until the cows come home, until I may win the New York State lottery, which will probably not happen. None of my complaining about Tekken 8 is going to change the game. And not much complaining is going, well, actually, correction. If enough people bitch and complain, that's when things can happen. But a lot of times that doesn't happen very often. Let's see. Macho Man would have technically done. Actually, yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah, and it's funny. I'm seeing a lot more. What's his name? The guy. God, what's his name? He says, "Yeah." Fuck. His name is on the tip of my tongue. God, they, you know what I'm talking about. I don't even know why his name is not popping in my mind right now. LA Knight. Yeah, LA Knight. Yeah. So he's kind of like the new. He's been doing a lot of the Slim Jim stuff now. I saw a recent commercial with him and Jay Uso. I think it was Jay Uso. So that was kind of not Kofi Kingston. LA Knight. Yeah. But yeah, Jules. Your favorite part of Gamescom was showing off the X. Yeah, I remember. That was, I think. Yeah, you got really excited when we were watching the Xbox Direct show, and that was, I think, was it the first thing they showed? I think it was the first fucking thing they showed was at Xbox ROG, and I was like, oh shit, they're showing this now? So but I don't know, man. I got so many conflicting thoughts on that ROG. But it's like, you know, I remember I think the last time I did a live I was on for like damn near over 2 hours, so I just talk about whatever. But yeah, that showcase was godlike. That was even the hardcore Sony fanboys couldn't deny that was one of Microsoft's best showcase right there. But you know, there's so many. Let me just go on through the topics that I'm aware of. So I already touched on the whole Call of Duty thing. Now, mind you, again, for people who are new, I am not a skilled Call of Duty player, nor am I a skilled Battlefield player. But I damn sure enjoyed the Battlefield 6 beta. It was free to play. I think it was on for 2 weeks. 1 week on, and then it showed on a weekend on and a weekend the next weekend. So that game was amazing. So there's so much controversy on there. And honestly, I look at that controversy between Call of Duty and Battlefield very much, it's very reminiscent of the competition between Tekken and Virtua Fighter. And I wanted to make a video on that, and I probably still will, but I want to touch on that. And then you got the controversy I'm hearing about Resident Evil and Resident Evil Requiem. People are complaining that it's not Resident Evil. They're saying it's more like Silent Hill. And then I see people arguing that Silent Hill F is like they're using Souls-like combat in that game. So it's sort of like, I don't know if maybe gamers as a whole are just not satisfied. I don't know if that's a valid criticism. I don't know if they're correct in their criticism of Silent Hill and Resident Evil. I don't know. They both look good to me, but I guess the diehard fans, you know, I think even when it comes to like a game like Tekken, where people say, "Oh, this character lost their identity," or Steve Fox lost their identity in Tekken 8, you know, people who are fans in other genres of games are saying the same thing, that Resident Evil lost its identity. Some people say it lost its identity after Resident Evil 4. You know, so I've heard so many different arguments, so it's interesting to me. Silent Hill, and you know what, Guns, that's something else. I've heard people are getting tired of Souls-like games. For me, I'm not, but I understand the argument. I think burnout with any type of game, whether you're playing a fighting game, an Assassin's Creed, I've heard people, they're getting tired of the long, bloated Assassin's Creed games. I've heard that argument. I've heard the argument of every game is a Souls-like. I've heard the argument of, you know, I'm hearing it all. And it's like, I want to talk about it. I want to talk about everything, but it's like, there's only so much time in the day to kind of get to everything. But Silent Hill F does look interesting. I don't know much about it because I haven't dived deep into researching it, because the drama between Call of Duty and Battlefield, well, really not even so, everybody loves Battlefield 6, but the Black Ops 7 is interesting to me because apparently this is the first time ever, from what I understand, that a Call of Duty game was announced, and this is the lowest point, like in terms of PC wish list or some shit like that. They say it's at number 8, and they say that like it's the lowest a Call of Duty game has been. So I don't know if that's true, but I've always known Call of Duty to be a very strong brand, along with like Grand Theft Auto, Halo back in the day before they fucked over that franchise. You know, so there's just certain gaming franchises, even if you don't play them, even if you don't like them, you kind of know they're a heavy hitter. So it was kind of surprising that Black Ops 7 wasn't really on and popping the way, I guess some people thought it would be. I don't know. And like you say, same old for Muhammad. Well, I guess you're probably referring to the Souls-like games, but that's pretty true. Some people, like for me, I don't mind Souls-like games. I've actually started to really love them. But I can tell you this much: my feeling for Souls-like is directly the opposite to this piece of shit that's on the screen right now. So, believe me, I'm going to get the Tekken 8 very soon because I have a lot. Let me tell you real quick what I wanted to do with Tekken 8. What I wanted to do with Tekken 8, just to kind of just put this out there, is I wanted to actually show people exactly why I say King is an absolute bullshit character in this game. And I wanted to actually go through the actual moves, not just say, because in the other videos, I'll say, King is this or Yoshimitsu is that. No, this time I'm going to show on the fucking screen exactly why. But we will get there. So let me look at what you guys are saying here. Ninja Gaiden 4. All right, let me talk on Ninja Gaiden 4. Now, I just want people to know I'm not ignoring anybody. I see you guys' comments. I'm looking at it on my phone. So just, give me a moment to catch up to you guys. The criticism I heard about Ninja Gaiden 4 is, one, it's going to be an amazing action game. And honestly, when it comes to, with you guys having Souls-like fatigue, there was a video from a content creator that I saw maybe about a month ago that he felt, and I agree with this, because there are so many Souls-like games out there, and while I don't mind it, some of you, as you've said, you guys are having fatigue. A game like Ninja Gaiden 4 can be like a breath of fresh air, because we don't have a new Devil May Cry, and I don't know if we have I don't think we have a new Bayonetta. So the games that are more action focused is going to be a breath of fresh air for people that have that Souls-like fatigue, in my opinion. But the main criticism I've heard over Ninja Gaiden 4 is the fact that Ryu apparently only has one weapon. And, personally, I don't really give a shit, but there are many people that do. And so some people feel like, now for me, some of you know that I've said I'm 44 years old. I'm like, middle-aged and shit like that. So I've been around. So I played the very first Ninja Gaiden game, literally on Nintendo. But anyway, for Xbox, I played that. And I had, played the games where Ryu had like 1,000,001 weapons. And to be perfectly honest, for me, at the end of the day, I ended up using the sword most of the time anyway. You know what I'm saying? So now he had nunchucks. I think he had like some big ass fucking you remember that character Zasalamel from Soul Calibur? It was a scythe. Yeah, Ryu had a scythe. He had a spear. He had a bow and arrow. I think Ryu had every fucking weapon under the sun. So another thing that I think people really need to come to grips with is the team that's also co-creating this game is Platinum Games. That company, in my opinion, they are really pushing the new character Yakumo. And I understand that there's going to be some people that's not going to like the character, and there's going to be people that's going to be indifferent. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's there, but people are not going to really give a shit. Yakumo has all of these different types of weapons, whereas Ryu, as who said it? Muhammad Ali said that they did Ryu dirty. I think that was planned, in my opinion. And the reason why I feel that's planned is they really want to move forward with the Ninja Gaiden franchise with this brand new character. That's just the reality. Now, again, I wanted to make a video on this, explaining this, because I see what they're doing. They're giving Yakumo all of the weapon variety, and they're keeping Ryu very sane. You know what I'm saying? And they're doing that on purpose. You cannot tell me that they could not have given Ryu like 1 or 2 extra weapons. You know what I'm saying? Like, they could have done that, but this was a design choice. So this is, and just to kind of illustrate this for some of you guys, they were doing this with Street Fighter 6, or actually no, Street Fighter 5. In Street Fighter 5, those that may not know, Ryu is basically the poster child of Street Fighter. I think most of us know that, just like Jin Kazama is the poster boy of Tekken. So Street Fighter or Capcom, they wanted to push the Luke character as the new poster child. And now you look at what happened. Most of the people on the Street Fighter side didn't like that. And even in the game, for those who are unaware, Street Fighter 6, Luke was a top 3 character at launch for Street Fighter 6. It was Luke, JP, and Ken Masters. They were the top 3 characters in the game. So what ended up happening is they ended up buffing Ryu, because they started to realize that the fan base of Street Fighter preferred Ryu over Luke. It's kind of like Capcom was trying to push the Luke character to replace Ryu. And I see the same thing happening with this Ninja Gaiden game, where they're trying to use Yakumo to kind of subtly, like on a sneak tip, like really subtly push Ryu like out to pasture. That's what I see it. Personally, from what I saw of the Yakumo character in Ninja Gaiden 4, he looks impressive. I think he has 2 swords, I think he has 2 swords. He has the, what does guns say? The blood art stuff. So it's going to be interesting. I'm going to play it because, as you can see, I'm a proud Game Pass owner. So it's going to be here for me. The same goes for Black Ops 7. So with all the people bitching and complaining about Black Ops 7, I'm like, fuck it. It's part of my membership. I might as well play the shit. So, but yeah, man. But anyway, since there's quite a few of you here, again, I want to extend my appreciation for those of you that's tuning in to listen to me yap. And I hope each and every one of you guys right now are in a good mental health space. I'm hoping that you guys are good financially. Me, I'm poor, but I'm working on it. And you guys are enjoying your Monday, because I definitely for this stream, you ever been in that mode where you have so many things you want to talk about, and you're like, damn, which one do I want to start from? It's like being in a buffet. Like, what food do I want to sample first? Because Ninja Gaiden 4 is a huge topic as far as I'm concerned. Call of Duty is a huge topic. Tekken 8 is, it's a topic I can rant on because I enjoy ranting about that fucking game. Resident Evil, for those unaware, they have confirmed that game will have a demo. Thank God. That's the thing that really pisses me off, is that more games simply do not have playable demos. That shit pisses me off. Like, I don't understand why. Like, for instance, I'll give you this example. Ninja Gaiden 4, there is a demo floating around for there is a demo floating around for Ninja Gaiden 4. But Let me show you. So you guys are seeing the screen, right? Let me show you, at least on the Xbox side. Let me show you something here. So on Xbox, I don't know if they have this for PlayStation, but on Xbox they have Insider and Xbox Insider, right? So to my understanding, I have heard that there is an actual Ninja Gaiden demo that if you are an Xbox Insider, which I am, or you have to be under a certain preview. Like you see where it says this console's in preview Delta. So if I select this, let me just show you what I mean. Like there's different levels. So I mean, I like this about Xbox because it allows you to try out like experimental shit. So if I go down to manage, so you see this. So at first I was Omega. I did a few of the little surveys. I leveled up and I got into Delta, but they go up to Alpha and other levels. So from what I heard, if you are at like a real like a higher level, like probably higher than where I'm at currently, there is a demo that you can download on Xbox and play. Because I've seen content creators, you know, they actually have access to it. And before I was like, how in the fuck are these guys playing this game? Like I can understand, you know, you have those top level gaming content creators that'll say, oh, you know, Xbox, Microsoft flew me out to this event and I got a chance to have hands on. No, these are people that play the game in their home. So when I kind of got wind of this, best believe I was doing all these little stupid previews and these activities, and they only allow you a certain activity per day. You can't just whore it out to try to get things. So for instance, if I were to do this one, I would get 10 experience points. In fact, let me do this one real quick while I'm here. So it says, do you currently use a dynamic background? Yes, I do. Okay, we go to done. So I just got 5 points. So you see that? So I just got 5 points. So if I get another 5 points, I move to the next level. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, this is a live stream. Marianne, this is a live stream. Well, what's up, buddy? So yeah. I just wanted to kind of show the Xbox Insider thing. But the main reason why I showed it is because I did learn that there was a demo for Ninja Gaiden 4 that people were able to play on Xbox. And I was like, damn, man. But, you know, it's not much longer to go. It's, yeah, it is. Yeah, Jules, it's very easy. You just have to download that app. I think you can do it on your PC as well, but definitely on Xbox. You know, it's, I'll show you. Yeah, it's the Xbox Insider Hub. And you can find it. Just, you know, go to the search. And yeah, I can just type in Xbox Insider. There it is. So if you type in Xbox Insider Hub, there it is right there. And then you just download it and then you're off to the races. But yeah, so what other games you guys are interested in? Assuming some of you have watched the Gamescom event and know what's coming. So for instance, you know, we know Ninja Gaiden 4. I've yapped about it for like the last 20 or so minutes. Black Ops 7 is coming. What else? Resident Evil 9, Silent Hill F, several games. Oh, Silk Song, the Hollow Knight game. A lot of people were waiting for that. That's going to be fucking epic. At least I think it is. It should, because the original Hollow Knight was amazing. And what else? Oh yeah, High on Life. Oh man. So what did Jules say? So you have loads. I mentioned in Zero Parades. Actually, I didn't see this one. Zero Parades. I'm gonna have to look that up. The new the Lego Batman. That one did look impressive. Outer Worlds 2, Blood of the Dawn Maker. Okay, we got to talk about Blood of the Dawn Maker because CD Projekt Red and I'm gonna have to bounce this around to other games. I'm gonna assume that the 19 of you or whoever decides to stick around are aware of Dragon Age the Veilguard. And you are aware of how that game was a commercial failure. Even though I actually owned the game, but I'm well aware that the game, it failed. It failed commercially. Now, where was I going with this? So, there we go. So I had to get my my thought back on track. So, Dragon Age as a franchise. Now, this is going to tie in to the Blood of the Dawnmaker. So just let me cook. Let me get a little bit moment here. So, the original development team of the original Dragon Age trilogy, most of them left. Most of them left. So what you were left with was a bunch of activists posing as game developers. And what they ended up doing is they ended up creating Dragon Age the Veilguard. While I will say, in my opinion, the game looked graphically great, I enjoyed the player skills, like the abilities. The music was decent because I don't think people are aware that Hans Zimmer was actually a part of the soundtrack. But the narrative was completely fucked as far as I'm concerned, with the non-binary bullshit and all other nonsense that was pushed into the game for identity politics. So what do I mean by all this? What I'm getting at is the original development team for the original trilogy of Dragon Age, they left, and they were, basically you had a bunch of activists that made Dragon Age the Veilguard. Now, on the flip side, when you look at CD Projekt Red, when we look at the upcoming Witcher 4, which is a game that was previewed maybe a couple of months ago, and that game, some people have issues with The Witcher 4, with Ciri being the protagonist, and whatever. I'm indifferent to it. But most of the development team of CD Projekt Red decided to make their own company, and their own company created this game called the Dawnwalker. This is why the Dawnwalker game looks so similar to The Witcher, because the majority of the team that's working on the Dawnwalker what came from CD Projekt Red. So, that's what ended up, with that. So that's why the Dawnwalker looks so fucking phenomenal. And while I will say that The Witcher 4, it did look interesting to me, I didn't mind Ciri as a character. But I just, I don't know. I think canonically, they decided to go with the ending of her becoming a Witcher at the end of Witcher 3. I think that's the ending they went with. I liked Ciri in Witcher 3 as she originally was depicted, as someone that was of the elder blood. For those that are unaware, this is why they call Witcher 3 the Wild Hunt, because you had elves basically chasing after her, because the type of blood she has was very powerful and magical in nature. So the elves wanted to control her or kill her, take her blood. I forgot what it was. And Ciri had certain magic powers. And there was a scene in The Witcher 3 when you manage to find her, and she actually tells Geralt, your main character, that she was time traveling and crossing dimensions, and she was referencing certain games. In fact, she even referenced Cyberpunk 2077 as an Easter egg, but I don't know how many people caught it. I would have liked to have seen them take Ciri in that direction. To make her a Witcher, I'm a little bit indifferent to it, you know, and you know, I understand if I were to make a video about that and say that, I would probably have some troll in the comment that would say, oh, you just hate female protagonists. No, it has nothing to do with that. It's just, I liked how Ciri was when she had the magic powers. She was able to go through different portals, but she couldn't fully control her powers. I wish they would have explored that, because can you imagine, I don't know if, you know, I don't have PlayStation, but there was a game called Ratchet and Clank, A Rift Through Time. That game looked phenomenal to me, especially when you go through one dimension into the next. I could just imagine if they did that for Ciri, for you know, that upcoming Witcher game. I think that shit would have been fucking amazing. But they decided to just make her a Witcher like Geralt. And I'm like, well, if you're going to do that, just bring back Geralt. Like, so that's really one of the main arguments that people have for The Witcher 4. That, in the fact that they didn't like how manly they made Ciri. But, you know, I don't really know. But yeah, the Blood of the Dawnwalker, an amazing game. Again, in short, it was primarily made by developers that left CD Projekt Red, and they decided to form their own company, and that's the reason why I think it's called Blood of the Dawnwalker, or it's just called Dawnwalker. That's why the game looks so much like The Witcher, and I can guarantee that game is going to be fucking amazing. It is going to be on most people's like wish list, 100%. And what else? The Outer Worlds 2. I've heard issues about that game. I own, obviously, well, I don't own it, but well, actually, no, I do own Outer Worlds. I bought the game. And the second game obviously is going to be part of Game Pass, and that game looks cool, but there's just certain things I just don't like when it comes to the feminist stuff and the woke media. And it just, when I saw the initial trailer of The Outer Worlds 2, I understand some people may have found it funny, but I don't believe that you have to make a male character weak to make a female character strong, because I just don't think that's the right way to go about things. Because to me, I look at it in the reverse, where it's like you're trying to say that a female character can only be strong if you purposely dumb down and nerf the male characters. Like, I don't believe that. And I just didn't like when I saw that trailer of The Outer Worlds 2. I think it was the first trailer they showed, and they had this mannish, like butch captain woman, and you had this very effeminate dude that I'm just like, I don't know what you're trying to do here. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't really feeling it. But, you know, I can kind of look past it. I'll probably just skip the intro, or maybe I'll just try to ignore that part and just play the game. But, I just don't like when companies do that. It's like you're trying to push this certain agenda, a certain message that doesn't need to be pushed. We understand that female characters can be strong. This is why I always reference Aliens. If you ever watched, I know I'm the old guy here. If you ever watched Aliens, Sigourney Weaver, that movie to me should be one of the blueprints on how you can make a female character strong and also have the males strong, but we understand that the female character is the lead. That was something that I think it was 20th Century Fox. I guess they were the ones that made that old ass movie. That's how I like to see females shown. And even in the same movie, Aliens, you had that woman, what's her name? Ramirez. I think, yeah, she was a badass. The funny thing about that shit, and I know none of you guys that were born in the 2000s would know this, but maybe my fellow seasoned 40-year-olds will know. The same woman that played in the movie Aliens, the badass chick that was doing pull-ups and shit like that, she was the same chick that was in the movie Terminator 2, and she was the cop, like basically the liquid metal Terminator. I'm talking about this. I'm happy talking about this. So just give me a moment, guys. But because this is like classic cinema right here. The T-1000 X-copied John Connor's stepmom, and the woman that played the stepmom was the same woman that played in Aliens. I had no fucking idea. I thought that was a Spanish chick the whole time, and it was a white woman. I was mind fucked. I was like, yo, that's the same chick? Yo, so that blew my mind. That really blew my mind. Like, if you want to reference, just, if you're too young to remember, just look up the Aliens, right? And just look up I think her name was Ramirez. I think that was Reyes. That was her name, Reyes. She was a badass chick. She kicked ass. And she was played not by a Spanish woman, but a white chick. And I was completely mind blown. Like, when I found that out, it was like somebody told me, it was like when I was a child and somebody told me Santa Claus wasn't real. I was that mind fucked. I was mind blown. But yeah, so yeah, so I kind of digress, but yeah, like, I'm not a fan of the cringe bullshit, and I've seen other creators talk about the uglification of female characters in gaming, and it's true. Obviously, with the exception of, I guess you would call it Eastern. I think that's where China and Japan, I think that's the Eastern creators, where you got games like Wu Chang, which was a phenomenal game. I was playing it for a time. But then, I got so many games that just, that's just fucking backlog. But then when you look at her, the model, right? And then you look at a game like, in fact, let me put this shit on screen real quick. Let me see. Star Wars. Where is it? Star Wars. What was this shit called? The Outlaws, right? So this game. Now, the picture of this character is absolutely cringe. Let me see. Do they have a picture of her? Like, okay, they made sure to not have a screenshot of her, like her facing the camera. Now, okay, well, all right, here we go. Now, this character right here is I don't want to say what I really want to say because I don't want to get banned off YouTube, but this does not look like a real woman to me. And when you learned the actual female character that they I don't know, they motion capture or whatever, she is a beautiful, I think she's from Venezuela, a very beautiful woman. And I'm like, how do you have the real life woman that voice acted this chick, this Kay Vess, which basically all she is a fucking a female Han Solo. We can clearly see the shit. And, you look at this character, and I'm like, wait a second. Why did they make this chick so fucking ugly? Like, I don't understand. No, yeah, Jules. The real woman is a beautiful female. Like, I don't understand. Well, I understand from an agenda standpoint. But me saying I don't, that's just me just being rhetorical. I get why they're doing it because they're trying to push an agenda. The agenda they're trying to push is these feminists and these woke activists. They have this term I've heard floated around called the male gaze. So they don't want us men to look at and I guess revere, admire, you know, whatever over a female character. I think the term I've heard is gooning. I think I've heard, you know, I'm 44 years old, so I know these new terms for me are new for me. But I've heard the term gooning or gooner or some shit like that. Maybe you guys could tell me what the fuck that means in the chat. But I personally like to see attractive female characters, especially if they're going to be the lead protagonist and I'm going to be using this character for hours upon hours of my gameplay. Like, you know, that's just me personally. Maybe, yeah, Alloy. You know, the funny thing is, I for a long time, I had no idea what the fuck that character's name was in Zero Horizon Dawn. So I must have learned that character's name probably in the last 7 months. So yeah, so like Jules said, oh, and parody account. What's up, parody account? Yeah, like you see, right? Yeah, even parody account says the real Star Wars Outlaws actress is pretty in game. It looks like vomit. It's just they're doing this. It's part of an agenda. And I know when I say that, it can make me sound like I'm going into conspiracy theory territory. And I am a proud conspiracy theorist. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's just clear because you see it so many times. You see it with this game. You see it with what's the other game? Let me get her off the screen because that shit is awful. You see it with Perfect Dark, that was canceled. And there's a reason why Perfect Dark was canceled, by the way. Just like there was also a reason why people were giving Xbox a lot of grief. There was a reason why that game called Dragonbound, what was it called? Dragonbound. It was a game that was being made by Platinum Games, the same guys that's co-creating Ninja Gaiden 4. They were making a game called something. I think it was Dragonbound or some shit like that, and it got canceled. But anyway, I'll touch on that in a bit. But getting back to the uglification of female characters, I've even seen some content creators talk about and reference two specific characters in Call of Duty Black Ops 7. Two characters that they've already shown in the trailer. That's kind of a little on the kind of weird looking. Scalebound. Yes, that's the game. Yeah, Scalebound. So there's a reason why that game was canceled, and it had nothing to do. Everybody I noticed was criticizing Phil Spencer and criticizing Xbox, but the story was there was more to the story than just that. But Phil Spencer and Microsoft or Xbox was the scapegoat. It was much easier for the majority of gamers to blame them and not actually blame the people who were really at fault, which was Platinum Games, because these guys had damn near 10 years to make fucking Scalebound. We're not talking about a game that's like Elden Ring or Grand Theft Auto or an Elder Scrolls, like a game that's a massive game. We're talking about a fucking action-based game. It should not take you 10 years to make a game like Scalebound. But and I really don't mean to be facetious. I don't mean to be disrespectful to people. but a lot of gamers just don't understand how the business runs. They don't understand. They don't get it. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, just like there's things about the world I don't understand, but when it comes to this gaming shit, like, this is like part of my life. So I look into why certain things happen the way they did. Why are Microsoft going multi-platform? Why are Sony deciding to now go multi-platform? Which I found funny because, oh boy, Sony. Sony. Boy, oh boy. I can talk about Sony all day, but at least I have more respect for Sony as a game company than I do for Nintendo. And for those who may have seen one of my Nintendo rants, you will understand. Let me see here. But yeah, Jules, Scalebound was a game that actually, let me rephrase this. I want people to understand that different companies like Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo, they handle third-party development in a different ways. Microsoft has a very hands-off approach, meaning, let's say if Jules here was she had her own development studio and she's under the umbrella of Microsoft. Jules comes to me, I'm Phil Spencer. Jules says, hey, I have an idea for a new game. I want to make, I don't know, whatever game Jules wants to make. Let's just fucking call it The Most Amazing Game, right? Whatever, right? So Jules wants to make The Most Amazing Game. So I, Phil Spencer, am going to look at Jules and say, okay, Jules, so what do you need from us to help you make this game? Jules will say, hey, I need this, 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 and this. Microsoft, Phil Spencer, I give it to Jules, and the only thing I ask from Jules is I would like quarterly updates or as to your progress. And if we have an upcoming Microsoft showcase, keep me informed to let me know if there's something that we can show about your game. Jules agrees. Now, we understand that Jules' game takes maybe 3 to 4 years to make, right? Because Jules' game is not, it's not a super technical game. It's not like I said, it's not an Elder Scrolls. It's not a fucking Grand Theft Auto. It's a general action game. So it doesn't take as many years as a Grand Theft Auto might take. So all of a sudden, Jules comes to me and says, Phil, we need another couple of $1 million because, you know, the game engine that we were building the game on, it collapsed and we can't, and this is a real story, by the way. The game engine that we were using, it could not handle the game as we expanded. So we have to build a brand new game engine. So I'm like, okay, how much is it going to be? Well, it's going to be at this. So I give you the money and I give you a time extension. Now, a couple of years pass by. You come back to me for more money. Now you're saying, well, even though the game showcase that you had planned, Phil Spencer, we don't have anything to show for this showcase. We're going to have to push it back. Then Jules comes out and says, hey, we're ready. We're going to showcase our game at this particular upcoming Xbox Direct. I go as Phil Spencer. Okay, cool. Now, when we show off the game has a ton of slowdown. It's stuttering. The gameplay is very rudimentary. Graphically, it looks dated. Now, what choice am I faced being Phil Spencer? Am I going to keep funding Jules' video game? No. At some point in time, you have to know when to cut ties. And that's exactly what Phil Spencer did with Scalebound. Now, I'm sorry to use you, Jules, as an example, but that's what ended up happening with Scalebound. That's the story. This is why when I heard that Platinum Games, the same company that was directly responsible for creating Scalebound, when I heard they were co-developing with Team Ninja, Ninja Gaiden 4, I was initially concerned because I know Platinum Games, they also, I think that, if I'm not mistaken, I think they've done Bayonetta, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, I think Platinum Games does Bayonetta, or if I'm mistaken, excuse me. But they damn sure were the lead developer of Scalebound. So again, I was concerned about the co-development. Okay, so thanks, Red Gunner. Yeah, so I was concerned. So, but I'm happy that I've seen enough of Ninja Gaiden footage that it looks to me that the game looks to be in a good place. What we don't know, obviously, is we don't know how the story is going to go. We don't know performance-wise, like, okay, how it's going to be when we play the game for ourselves as consumers. They could have just shown us the good parts. So these are things we're not going to know until we have it in our hands as users. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Parody account, just don't call it Starfield. Starfield 2. Honestly, I so wanted to. Actually, no, let me strike. Let me rewind that. I do like Starfield a lot, especially after the major update they did when they finally made the game 60 frames per second. But I will touch back on Starfield in a bit. Let me see. I want to keep funding Jules. Sweet Bree, what's up? But yeah, I'm just, sometimes I get a little bit long-winded, so I apologize. But as long as you guys understood the gist of my example, but that's pretty much what happened with the game Scalebound, because it was such a major situation. And I even heard people like calling for Phil Spencer to step down, to resign. And I'm like, what the fuck are these people talking about? You want the guy that literally brought Xbox from the brink of disaster to fucking fire himself. This is why sometimes I don't go on Twitter, because some of the people there, it literally makes my fucking head explode. But I understand Twitter, or X as it's called, it's a pretty large platform. So sometimes I go there to promote some of my videos, but other times I'm like, it's like another Reddit. It's like, I can't be fucking dealing with these people. The thing is, I don't want to say that, okay, I'm like the Alpha and Omega. I don't want to say that, because there are things that I don't know because I'm not an insider. But the thing that I will say, and I'm confident of, is I do my research and I take this very seriously. And whatever I try to tell you guys, my subscribers and those of you that tune in, if you hear it from me, I would say, because nobody's perfect, 9 out of 10 times, I made damn sure that it's at least 97% accurate. And if I'm wrong, and anybody in my comment section can say, Red, I think you kind of got this one wrong. It's blah, 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 blah. I will be the first to admit I'm wrong. That is not something I see at some of the larger channels. I don't see them do. I see them being wrong and strong. They will double and triple down and just be wrong. Or shill. That's the other one. They'll fucking shill for something until the fucking cows come home, until it's I'm red in the face. So it's crazy. But yeah. Yes, Sweet Bree, amazing comment. And your comment is echoed with other sensible individuals on the internet. And I do mean that because unfortunately, there are many people that are not sensible. I think we can agree to this. But again, I don't want to say there's an agenda for this. Maybe I could say it, because there's a reason why these developers, or should I say the publishers, they push games out early and they're not finished. I want to break that down for you guys real quick. And if some of you know this, that's cool. So you have the relationship between the publisher and the developer. So, for instance, the publisher are the ones, let's say if we're talking about a third-party company like, what's a good example? I guess you could look at like Capcom, Namco, Rockstar, right? These are companies that are third-party developers, and as such, Capcom is the publisher. And then within Capcom, you have the smaller teams that make a particular game. Like with Namco, you have a RPG franchise called the Tales of, like you have Tales of Arise, Tales of Symphonia. It's an RPG. It's a pretty old RPG franchise. I really like it. It's pretty cool. FromSoft, yeah, FromSoft is a publisher. But speaking with the Namco example, you have a team that deals with Tekken, right? I think they call themselves the Tekken Project. You have a team that developed am I getting ahead of myself? I think I'm mind fucking myself. Hold on. So you have a team that creates the RPG franchise of the Tales of franchise, right? So let's just say if the developer of a Tales game is like, something, our release date of January 2026, the game, sir, is not ready yet. The publisher will force the developer to release the game as it is. And they will just say, we will just fix it along the way. And that is what Bree was getting at. That is what Bree was getting at when it comes to companies continuously putting out games that have fuck all business being released. And then what ends up happening is us, the players, we basically become beta testers. That's what we are. We are fucking beta testers for publishers that force the developer to push their game out sooner than it should be. And one of the best examples of this is Warner Brothers Studios when it comes to NetherRealm pushing out Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat failed because Warner Brothers forced NetherRealm Studios to release that game earlier than they should have. Why did they do that? My thought is because they wanted to beat out Street Fighter and Tekken to the market. They wanted to gain a foothold and get early sales of Mortal Kombat because they know that the Mortal Kombat fan base in terms of fighting games is a very strong and dedicated fan base. And what Warner Brothers did is they shat all over that fan base, and it's really sad. I don't think there was ever a time where Ed Boon, the creator or the co-creator of Mortal Kombat, ever had his game prematurely killed like Mortal Kombat 1 was. It's sad. It was sad to see. And I know you were just thinking, I had a feel of Sweet Bree, because when you brought up that point, I had a feeling you had in mind NetherRealm. So I beat you to it. But yeah, it's Soul Calibur 6. That's another fucking franchise that died because, well, there's many other, well, I want to say many other reasons, but there are other reasons why the Soul Calibur franchise died. I would always go to that they pushed so many whimsical and silly gameplay mechanics into Soul Calibur instead of staying true to how Soul Calibur 1, Soul Calibur 2, and even Soul Edge, because I'm going way, way back, those games were fucking great. And then shit started kind of going off the rails with Soul Calibur 3, which was, a PlayStation 2 exclusive. And they had certain mechanics that just really made the game really silly. And then you had Soul Calibur 4 with their broken fucking characters with Hilda and Algal. And no, Algal was in Soul Calibur 5. But anyway, this is just what happens where when you look at game developers and they're trying so hard to reinvent the wheel and they just end up fucking the whole shit up. And even if, and the thing is, I understand that, I have several of you guys who may not know about Soul Calibur. You may not know about Mortal Kombat. All of you guys here in the chat, including me, right? Everybody, we all have our preferred games. We all like our preferred genre of games. But we can all agree that when we buy a game, we expect that game to at least be largely finished, if not 100% finished. But what I have been seeing for several years is whether it's a fighting game, whether it's an adventure game, developers will push or publishers will push and pressure the developer to put the game out sooner than it needed to be. And they're thinking, well, they're going to buy it anyway. And in a lot of cases, we do buy it. And it contributes to the optics that even though there's a group of us that bitch and complain about it, but, there's many of us that will still buy it. And you've ever heard of the term vote with your wallet. So basically these big publishers, a lot of times, all they give a fuck about is the bottom line. How many sales, how much money did this game make? Even though the developer, who in most cases actually gives a shit about their game, they want their game to be in the best place it can be. But the publisher will force that developer to bring the game out prematurely. And it's a shame. And in fact, another company we can look at this as is EA. EA does it a lot of times. EA does it. Ubisoft damn sure does it. A lot of these companies do it. And what ends up happening is if those games from that developer does not do well and it's ironic because the sales of a particular game from a particular developer, they may not do the sales numbers they could have done because the publisher forced the fucking game out. And so because they forced the game out, that pisses off that game's community. Now people stop buying the game. And then when you know what ends up happening is the publisher may potentially close that studio down. It's just, it's very frustrating because I've seen this, over the course of my life as a gamer. And it's sad. There's been several game developers that put out strong games and they were closed, because of bullshit. And I can give you one company right now, Tango Gameworks. Have you guys ever heard of that company? And I'm pretty sure some of you in the chat probably heard of it. For those of you who may not be unaware of Tango Gameworks, they were the company that created 2 games that were exceptional. In fact, let me see if I can even, do I even own, I think I own it. Let me go to my games. Oh, no, I go to library and own games, and let's go. Do I have it? I should have it. I have so many fucking games, guys. Let's see. All right, I'll have to just type it in. Yup, there we go. This game right here. This is one of the best games I've played. And unfortunately, the developer that made this game closed. Hi-Fi Rush, another great game. And it's just sad when you see these development studios close. Now, the thing that can save it is if the majority of the team, if they go on and make their own development studio. Because that's kind of like, in a way, what happened, to go back to the whole Dawnwalker game, where most of the people that were directly responsible for creating The Witcher 3, The Wild Hunt, they left CD Projekt Red and formed whatever the studio. In fact, hold up, let me see. Is the Dawnwalker even, can I look for this game? Let me see. Who is the company that makes that game? Dawnwalker, is it even, let me see. I don't even know if it'd even be listed on Xbox yet. Oh, here it is. Okay. The Blood of the Dawnwalker. Okay. Oh, wow. So it's being published by Namco. Okay, I didn't know that, actually. Rebel Wolves. Okay. All right. So we know. So Rebel Wolves. Oh, yeah, we definitely added that. Fuck that. Yeah, we definitely added that. Wish list. Yep. So, okay, so Rebel Wolves is the development, is the developer, and Bandai is the publisher. Okay. Something with how Elden Ring turned out, and Tekken, I feel that Bandai Namco, they're definitely much better at not pushing games out that need more time. So now that I see that Bandai is the publisher, okay, there are worse companies to be under as a publisher. I can tell you that much. But yeah. Oh, okay. So I'm looking at South Korean company bought Tango Gameworks. They've been bought by another company. Oh, okay. Good. Excellent. Let me see. Sweet Bree, how video games are marketed now do not have goodwill for the customer in mind. It's all about siphoning money away from the customer. Sweet Bree, you are absolutely correct. Johnny Silverhand, yo, I am new here. Do you play Clive? Oh, well, I don't even know if Johnny Silverhand is still in the chat, but I do not play Clive. I don't like Clive in Tekken. I think that is a character that should have been 100% a Soul Calibur character. But as I was talking about earlier in the chat, in the stream, Namco, or rather the team, the development team, kind of fucked themselves when it came to Soul Calibur. So Noctis from Tekken 7 and Clive for Tekken 8 should have both been Soul Calibur characters, but they were forced into Tekken 8 to try to. It's like you're trying to have basically a character that's a Soul Calibur character in a Tekken game. So I don't use Clive, and so sorry to answer your question late, but yeah, but yeah, the trailer was cool. So just stopping by to say I'm personally invested in your journey. I've been in Q&A testing fighting games and made Steve. Yeah, I appreciate it, bro. I did want to touch on, because these live streams can go on for fucking hours. Actually, because I can talk forever, and I got me a jug of water, so so I can just yap. But yeah, I wanted to cover what I feel the development cycle, and more specifically the balancing between Tekken and Virtua Fighter when it comes to how both companies handle that. Because Virtua Fighter, as far as I'm concerned, that is going to be a day one purchase for me. And I'm not going to say I'm going to completely abandon Tekken 8, especially as a content creator, but I will dramatically shift focus to Virtua Fighter 6. Because I'm just tired of the bullshit of Tekken 8, honestly. But I appreciate it. And I was thinking about actually making another video on Steve Fox, just kind of a more updated version. But yeah, there are so many, just to kind of, because I feel like I'm all over the place. So I apologize, guys. I'm not so organized when it comes to these live streams. Or maybe that's just how live streaming is, right? We just talk about whatever the fuck that comes to our mind. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, this Bloodwalker game. Every time when I see this shit just screams Witcher 3 in such a great way. Just looking at these images, especially this right here. Look at this. Like, literally, if I were to just turn the hair white, right, and put two swords on this guy's back, I swear to God, nobody in the world could not tell me that is not Geralt and that this is not Witcher 4. In fact, there are many people that are actually saying that this is our Witcher 4. The game that's being made by CD Projekt Red is being made by a completely fucking different team of people, because the vast majority of those people are making this game, The Blood of the Dawnwalker. And I mean, yeah, look at them. You see it, Jules, right? You see it, right? Imagine if this guy, I don't know the protagonist's name, but imagine if this guy, you gave him white hair and put two swords on his back. Damn well, that motherfucker is Geralt. Oh, shit. That is crazy. Let me see. What else you got? Okay, now that looks nice. That looks impressive. Okay. Oh, shit. Combat. Yeah, I am so looking forward to this game. And I'm looking forward to just more information on this game. Like this right here, you can see he's like, so it looks like they're going to have some bit of verticality for this game, because you can see he's using claws to kind of, go down the wall or whatever. So that's pretty cool. So that's going to be pretty nice. Anytime you have any sort of verticality to your game, which is something that honestly The Witcher, in my opinion, kind of lacked, but it wasn't that big of a deal. But if this game is looking to It looks like that's what they're going to do. It's going to be quite something. It's going to be quite something. You got your areas you can explore. You know, I'm just so looking forward to it. This shot looks amazing. This is a YouTube thumbnail right here. This shot right here. This is a fucking YouTube thumbnail. 100%. 100%. Okay, so this is him facing forward. Yeah, I definitely look forward to this. Yeah, it's going to be quite the game. I do hope a demo comes out, and you know it, and that's kind of like another thing that I was that I criticize is why are there not more demos? I think regardless of whatever games any of us like, you know what I mean, like we want a demo, because at the end of the day, no matter what I say, right, as a content creator, no matter what any other content creator says, no matter what IGN or fucking Screen Rant, Kotaku, whoever, at the end of the day, if you are playing the demo for yourself, there's no better experience than firsthand experience. So this is where I actually went on another game that I'm really looking forward to. Is so we have Lords of the fucking Fallen. This game is a Souls-like game that was done extremely well. I absolutely love this game. This is, you know what, and I just want to say, I understand some people are coming in the stream and leaving and whatnot, and that's cool. But if you just got here, I want to say real quick, if you have not played Lords of the Fallen, I urge you to give the game a try. It is one of the best Souls-like games you'll ever play. And I think they do a very decent job at differentiating themselves from like, Elden Ring and other games like that. I think they do a very good job with the fact that you have two different game worlds. Think of it like as Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, where you had the light world and you had the dark world. And in Lords of the Fallen, you can traverse through either world seamlessly. I think they did a very good job with this game. And I give my credit and praise to the developers of this game, because much like CD Projekt Red, who to their credit, they did not give up on Cyberpunk 2077. Another developer by the name of Hello Games, they did not give up on No Man's Sky, for those that may or may not be aware. That game is in a very strong place versus where it started. Lords of the Fallen, phenomenal game, and they have Lords of the Fallen 2 coming out, which I am 100% looking forward to. It is just an amazing game. It's an amazing experience, and I can't I can't praise it enough, in my opinion. So yeah, demos changed to open betas and ruined the game. You know, the thing is, Dance a Lot, I will say this. There are certain games I feel that, should have a beta. When it comes to like games like Call of Duty, Battlefield, Tekken, anything that is like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's competitive. It's on like me versus you. Those types of games, I believe, need a beta, because we need to test how the servers can handle the people that the thousands upon thousands of people that's going to be playing the game at once. You know what I'm saying? So I do feel that having betas work. Now, demos, in my opinion, should go for like the single player games, like a Lords of the Fallen, Ninja Gaiden 4, all the single player shit. Now, we can argue and maybe say, you know what, maybe Tekken should have a demo, which actually Tekken 8 did have a demo. Street Fighter 6 had a demo. So I feel like both should be present, but I feel when it comes to like online multiplayer, I do 100% believe that betas should be used, because you don't want to get a game that's competitive multiplayer and then you go and you play the fucking thing and your net code is like moving at like 10 frames per second. You don't want that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So Jules, you're playing Trials in the Sky? Trials in the Sky. Trials in the Sky. What is I'm not familiar with that game. I'm not familiar with that game. But I can look it up, of course. Let me see. But yeah. Let me see. VF. Okay, so I'm looking at some of the past messages. So Red Gunner, you say Virtua Fighter developers have been told to go big or go home. That game won't be rushed. I'm glad to hear that. I am really glad to hear that, because I really do believe if Sega, the development team of Virtua Fighter 6, if they stick the landing, so to speak, I do believe that there will be many people that are Tekken players that will look to see if grass is greener on the other side. And you may see a mass exodus of Tekken players go over to play Virtua Fighter 6. I do see that as a pop. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying it is a possibility. But we shall see. Oh, it's a JRPG. Okay, all right. So I will say, when it comes to anything RPG, I will always try it out. So I'm assuming it's on. Well, I don't know if it's on Xbox, but I guess I'll find out and see. But as you're seeing here, what's playing right now is the trailer, or one of the trailers, for Lords of the Fallen 1. And I really do like trailers like this, because this is a trailer that really breaks the fucking game down. Have you guys ever seen? Oh, thanks, Jules. In fact, I'll probably download it. Like, you'll probably see me downloading, actually. Well, if I have hard drive space. But I want to highlight this, and there's a reason why I chose to put this demo, or not the demo, but this trailer. This is what I want games to do. Now, I understand if you have a game and it's a teaser trailer where you're like showing a bunch of random footage and we don't know what the fuck it is. It's a teaser trailer. But when it comes time for a proper showing, this is how you fucking do it. Now, even if you don't like Souls-like games, even if you may not even heard of this game here, but this is what I like to see developers do. This right here is breaking down pretty much everything you need to know about the game. And this is so well done. In fact, I don't even know how long this shit is. It's like a very long, let me see. How long is this? This was it's like 6 minutes. So I understand not every company is going to do something like that, but I do feel it does not hurt your game if you are putting out a meaningful video to get people excited to play your game. You know what I'm saying? And the Lords of the Fallen, what they did with CI Games, I think they did that. And because of the passion and the dedication that CI Games had or has for Lords of the Fallen, I am 100% investing in Lords of the Fallen 2. I am 100% investing in that. There is no question. Because this was a company that stuck by their game and they actually listened to their community. How many games do we know simply does not listen to their community? They don't give a fuck about what we say. So yeah. That's what trailers should strive for. So anyway, now in real time, let's look up the game that Jules is playing. So let's see what we got here. Hopefully I can download the shit. You know what'd be funny is if it's a game I already downloaded and I just haven't played it yet. So it's a Trials in the Sky. Or am I spelling it right? TRA? Yeah, I am. Trials in the, let's see, in the, maybe it's, well, it's not showing up here. Let me type in the full version. Trials in the Sky. Okay, let's see. Okay, that's probably why. God damn you, Sony people. Because I was like, yo, as soon as I type in Trials in the, it's like a Netflix search, you know, the game should have like automatically came on, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, what did Dancelot say? We'll have a team of like 8 people. Everybody's good at least one thing. They vary. It's usually one QA person that makes the whole trailer with a script made the APL. Okay. It's the same reason. Okay. So Sweet Bree is saying it's the same reason I hope the sequel to Alien Isolation. Oh, that's right. They do. Alien Isolation does have a sequel, right? I kind of forgot. Or maybe I'm mistaken, but yeah, the team behind Alien Isolation, yeah. Yeah, but you know, Jules, I will be able to experience it. You know why? Because this is what I do whenever I'm faced with PlayStation and PlayStation exclusives. You know what I do? I literally go to YouTube and I bless somebody with a ton of watch time and just literally watch them play the whole game. So I live vicariously through that other person that's playing the game. Isolation and okay. Oh, that's cool. That's good to know. All right. That is good to know. That was a damn good game. I did not play much of it, I can admit, but the majority of people that I've spoken to really enjoyed that game. Really enjoyed the game. So that's good. So let's see. So when when you said where do you say a team of 8. So you're not actually part of the team on Virtua Fighter 6, are you? Or is that what you're saying? Because if that's the case, I'm sure you have some fucking shit that you can't talk about. Or you're talking about something else. Oh, okay. Okay, what's up, Mr. I can't pronounce the name. But hello, Russia. I appreciate. In fact, I'm just gonna call you Russia because I don't want to mispronounce your name. But I appreciate you tuning in and greetings from America, Russia. Let me see. So, okay, but I think that when it comes to I guess to kind of recap real quick, I feel that betas and demos should be more of a thing, you know? Um, I, I just, like maybe, oh, okay, okay. I'm just seeing your message now. Okay, so you're working on an upcoming title. Well, I just want to say congratulations to you, Dance a Lot, and for you even being in the position that you're in, where you're in the industry. So I definitely salute to you, sir. And I hope that your development cycle and everything you guys got going on with this project, I hope it is successful and fruitful. Um, oh, now I just gotta say, when it comes to demo discs, let me share with you how far back I can go, right? In fact, you see this game on the screen right now? It's actually Final Fantasy VII. I remember now, just to kind of touch on this, Sony used to do something. They called it the PlayStation Underground. I don't know how many of you guys remember this. Um, it used to come with a disc, and it had a whole bunch of demos on the disc itself. And I just it really brings back a lot of good memories. And then I remember there was a demo for Final Fantasy VII. I didn't play it because I did not buy this game. It was called Brave Fencer Musashi or something like that. And it had a demo to Final Fantasy VII way, way back. So yeah, the era of demo discs. Oh yeah, Jules. I don't know how young you are, but old Red here is quite seasoned. so yeah. So I go way back. And yeah, I miss those PlayStation Underground. That was during the time where I was actually a Sony fan. I was a proud Sony fanboy. I will 100% admit to this. I was a proud Sony fanboy. 100%. In fact, let me put on some more. Let me put, because I think Jules, you said you wanted the Outer World. Let me just put that demo, not the demo. Well, I wish it was a demo trailer here. The I wasn't sure how I felt about this companions trailer, but I guess it did what it needed to do, and it showed the companions and what they could do. Um, but yeah, so yeah, I feel like when it comes to those old time demo discs, like I used to love those shits. I would play those demo discs sometimes more than some of the games I actually had, to be perfectly honest. It was quite a time. Yeah. Squaresoft used to have a demo disc for one of my Threads of Fate. Wait, Threads of Fate. Wait a second. Hold on for a second. There is a game, Sweet Breed, that there's a game that I think it's called that, Threads of Fate. Let me just wait for this to kind of go off in case for anybody that might be looking at this Outer Worlds trailer here. But there was a game I had wish list, and okay, let me go to it right now actually, because it's part of my wish list. And I looked at it and I was like, yo, this game looks absolutely amazing. Um, Hold on. All right, we go over to the store. Hold on. Oh, here we go. Store. And we go to lists, wish list. Uh, it was a game. It's probably all the way back. all over here. I have so many games wish listed. Um, where is it? Threads of Time. Okay, that's what it is. Is this? Hold on. Okay, this is made by Humble Bumble. Okay. Yeah, this game, it's probably of no relation to what you was talking about, Sweet Bree. But yeah, this game, I always enjoy these little type of RPGs. It definitely looks interesting. I watched, I think, footage of this game, and I'm definitely looking forward to it. But I haven't heard any recent news about it. Um, so I haven't heard anything. But I've always loved these style of games because these games are basically around my era. These are the games I was playing when I was in my teens, when I was back in 15, back in 1995. You know, yeah, I'm old. You know, yeah. This is Threads of Time. Yeah, Threads of Time. So when yeah, the pixel games, I absolutely love these games. I mean, if you look at this looks so gorgeous to me. This looks so beautiful. This looks so well created. You can only imagine how this game would look in motion. You could see the volcano would probably be spewing out lava. You got the fog over the mountains. Like it looks really, really fucking amazing. Yeah, this game looks really, really nice. I was really looking for, well, I am looking forward to this game, but I hope that they have more, uh, um, I hope that they have more information on this game. Um, we are young at heart. We are young at heart. Yes. Um, September 6th. I will say this much. I'm not doing much on my birthday because, I don't want to be like a woe is me. I'm a sad guy, but I haven't really celebrated my birthday in a number of years. Uh, I had a brief little, I guess people could probably, I could like chapter this off, right? And just upload this as a separate video as part of my, my sadness. But yeah, I had a very good woman in my life and I fucked it up. And so long story short, I'm convinced that I'm probably, I don't want to say the DIE word, but let's just say I think I will expire alone. Um, so I guess for the last couple of years, I just haven't really celebrated my birthday. And, but I will say that since doing this YouTube channel, it has helped. And also taking my fitness seriously because I wanted to get myself physically right and focusing on the channel helped and talking about because gaming and fitness are my two passions and I've always tried to figure out how can I do both on one channel and I'm still trying to figure it out. But yeah, so on my birthday I'll probably do a stream and see who joins, talk some shit, do what I'm doing right now. And yeah, it's I definitely have heard other people that you know, had similar stories. Because it gets rough, you know what I'm saying? You just do the best you can. And so finding something that helps you get through the day, whatever that is. And but yeah, ruining that relationship I had is one of my biggest regrets. And I guess I just wasn't mature enough to deal with a long-term relationship in that capacity. But it is what it is. Um, but yeah, it's tough. Uh, yeah. Sometimes, I guess, at the end of the day, we're all human, right? And we all have somebody that we love or loved, past tense. And this one particular woman, she was an angel. And to this day, I don't even know why I even met her. I felt like I wasn't worthy. And So sometimes I kind of think, if we were still together, my channel, I think, would be so much different, because she was always good with the thumbnails and the graphic stuff. And like, in fact, my YouTube symbol, like I guess the emblem, like she actually created that for me. Because I was, ironically, all right, if you go to my channel and you look at when I first created the channel, you'll see I created this channel in 2019, but I didn't post nothing until last year, 2024. So, yeah. So I procrastinated a lot, which is definitely commonplace when it comes to being a content creator. You know, you have that fear, that anxiety. You don't think anybody's going to watch you. Nobody's going to give a fuck, you know, and sometimes, you know, it holds you back, and it held me back, but a lot of other things held me back too. Losing out on her, few other things of me being homeless for a period of time where I was just like literally just surviving in New York, and until I got this place I'm in now. And so yeah, you know, it's been rough. So it does feel good to make a video here and there and have a couple of people watch it. Even sometimes some of these videos go viral. You know what I'm saying? Hell, I'll make a Tekken rant, bitching and complaining about the game, and you can, like, you gotta understand, when I'm sitting down and talking about Tekken, in my mind, I'm thinking, there is no way anybody's really gonna sit down and watch this for 50 minutes. Like that's, and then I'm like 4,000, 6,000 views. I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, I'm happy, but I'm like, I'm surprised. You know what I'm saying? So it's wild. It really is wild. You know, but yeah, I appreciate Jules. You know, every time you comment, you know, I appreciate you, and I, you know, I see several people that, you know, I would call you guys regulars, you know what I'm saying? And I appreciate, and it does mean a lot, you know, because, you know, it's nice to know that even if 5 people watch the video, obviously you always want more, right? But even if somebody watched, you know, that's a human, you know, that's a human being that took time out their day to sit down, watch your video, may even comment. So that's the reason why I try my best to kind of leave comments back, because, you know, it matters. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't want to like, you know, I don't want to be all on some sad shit. But yeah, so doing the channel does help, and I do feel like I should post more. I feel like I should post more. I damn sure should live stream more. But I'm torn because I'm like, I have so many things I would like to do, but I feel like I'm stuck dealing with this game. And, you know, truth be told, there are many, I've gained a lot of subscribers from Tekken 8. So there's a big part of me that appreciates that. And I understand that there are people that really love this game. You always look forward to the gaming options besides Tekken. Well, I appreciate that. You know, I wish I can multiply Jules and everybody else that thinks like her, because believe me, there are times where if I had the physical copy of Tekken 8, there are so many times where I probably would have snapped that shit in two and threw it out the fucking window. It's like, I'll be honest, like, you know, and the thing is, I try to not, and I guess this is where I'm going into Tekken territory. So I guess I'm gonna give some of you guys what you want and rant for a bit about this bullshit ass game. But but I don't want to overly be negative about the game or any game for that matter, right? Because I understand the rants do well, but in my mind, I'm like, how often can I do that? How often can I just continue to rant about this fucking game? And people are going to keep showing up. I just don't see it. I just don't. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to take for granted the people that do watch and think, oh, I'm just going to rant about Tekken today and I'm going to get another 3,000 plus views. And then when I don't, my soul gets crushed. So I'm in a very weird spot when it comes to this game. Now, of course, I can do character breakdowns and different strategies and tactics and shit like that, which is what I plan to do. Something with Steve Fox and Fengway, actually. I had a few things I wanted to show with those characters and maybe Raven as well. It's really a general strategy. I feel a lot of advanced players may be aware of it, but it's kind of more like trying to get the beginner level players up to our level. So I'm thinking about doing that. I'm going to say lean into the dark side just because QA has made me jaded. Man, I just feel like when I look at this game, there's a few directions I can go when it comes to this game. I can bitch and complain about the character balancing. I can bitch and complain about the gameplay mechanics. I can praise, to a degree, the character models, well, most of them, because I will say Tekken 8 looks phenomenal. And those that will argue, I would urge for those people, go and play Tekken 7 and then go back to play Tekken 8 and try to tell me with a straight face, without trolling, that you actually feel that Tekken 7 is a better looking game than Tekken 8. So when it comes to the visuals, the particle effects, even some of the sound, the sound effects and all that stuff, I give Tekken 8 developers their due. But like I said in before, the minute it says round 1 fight, I feel the game goes to shit. That's just my opinion. And I understand that there are some people that, love this game. This game can do no wrong. And then I have people and they will say a very, this is a good point. They will say, well, if you hate Tekken so much, then just quit the game. Don't play it. And the problem with this for me is that because I've been playing this franchise for so fucking long, I have gone across the United States competing in this game. I have right now to this day YouTube videos of me playing some of the best competition. It's hard for me to just say I'm going to just quit Tekken when I have this much history and so much of my time and money and emotions have been invested into this franchise. So it's hard for me to just say, oh, fuck Tekken, I'm just going to quit. Now, I have done that with other games. I've quit Dragon Ball FighterZ. Fuck that game. I've quit those Marvel vs. Capcom assist-based fighters. Fuck those games. Those games are 1 billion% broken. But when it comes to Tekken, I just had so much. You know what it's like? Let me put, maybe you guys understand this. It's like having a girlfriend or like having a long relationship with somebody for years and years and years. And then all of a sudden somebody just tells you, just forget about her. forget about her. Like, you act like I met her like 2 days ago. I've known her for like decades. You can't just forget about somebody like that. And that's how it is with me for Tekken. If anybody can kind of understand that, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I can kind of liken it. If I did not have the type of time that I invested into this franchise, dating back all the way to Tekken 1, when I played this shit back when I was 14 years old. I'm 44 now. If I didn't have that type of, I guess, legacy, if Tekken 8 was my first fighting game, or even if I was probably coming over from Tekken 7 to Tekken 8, and I was not a YouTube content creator, I would have dropped this game like a toilet seat. 1,000,000,000%. I would have dropped this game easily. But I'm not that guy. I'm the guy who has been playing Tekken since he has been 14 years old, for 30 fucking years. It is very hard to just quit something that you've been doing for that long. It is very difficult. It's not impossible, but it's very fucking hard. It's very difficult. And I just think that people that want to just say, oh, just give up, just quit, they do not understand. They cannot relate to people like me. They can't. In fact, when it comes to Tekken, they've probably never even gone to a fucking tournament. They've probably never even gone out of their own state for an event. People that are not their own friends and family don't even know who they even are. Like, there was a time back when Tekken Zaibatsu used to be on. For those that know, they know, you know. I could literally go into Tekken Zaibatsu forums and post, which I have not done, but I could have done it, and say, hey, I'm a such and such lay player from New York. I'm coming, to whatever state. There would be people, not all, but there will be some people who will be like, yo, if you need some housing, yo, we got you. The community, while Tekken did have some toxic moments now. I'm not saying everything was fucking peachy in roses, but there were people, and I guess maybe in other communities as well, that if you made a name for yourself and people kind of know you, right, they would, they'd look out. And I've had people do that for me when I've gone out of state and I may have not had a room, right? And, they let me crash in their room. Like, say if it was maybe people from California came to, like, I don't know, and landed like final round. The California Tekken players would know who the fuck I am. They would know Blood Red. They would know who I am. Oh, you're the late player from New York. Yo, come chill in our room. We got you. So the people that would fucking have the nerve to say to me, oh, well, just quit Tekken and all this other shit, they don't know better. So I try not to get too upset with them, because I'm like, all right, these guys just don't know. But it's another when I hear these fucking people that'll be like, oh, you're a scrub, you're a noob. And I'm like, I literally feel like reaching through my screen and throttling them. Like that's how I feel. Like these are players that if I would have put them in any other Tekken game, they wouldn't even get a round off of me. But because it's Tekken 8, and because this game was designed for low-level scrubs and beginner-level players, anybody that has 5 brain cells can literally become a threat in this game. A threat. Doesn't mean you'll be a champion player, doesn't mean you'll be an elite player, but they can be a threat. If they can string together a 70 to 80 damage combo, they have basic rudimentary understanding of some frame advantage, they become a threat. But those same players, they would not be able to do jack shit to players like myself in prior Tekkens. So that just goes to prove the point that I've been saying since day one, that this game was designed from the ground up to be broadly and widely accepted, to bring in more money so that the Namco publisher and the Tekken developers can gain the money they need to push out Tekken 9. That is what this whole thing comes down to. This is why they keep pushing the customizations, the Tekken shop. This is why you got all these bullshit items that look familiar, because why? Because us OG players remember seeing these same fucking items in Tekken 5 and in Tekken 6, but they're fucking refurbishing them shits in the Tekken 8 Tekken shop for the hopes that it's new players that's finding this game for the first time, which is the mission, and they're gonna get them to buy the same shit that we used to fucking customize our characters for free. It's, man, look. Oh, look, I got 20 people on the chat now. Look at that. I guess because, look, you see, the minute I start bitching about Tekken, that shit is hilarious. But like, you know, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me because this game, I want to share this with you guys. And let me see. Tekken chose me. Yes. Dance a lot. It did. Epic. You can hold on. Now I want to say this. I don't have, and I got to figure out how to do this. I got to figure out how to get the chat on the YouTube, because see, I'm looking at the camera right now, right? I'm looking at the camera. Now my laptop is right next to the thing. So I don't have the chat here on my OBS. I have the chat on my phone. So that's why sometimes when I'm talking and you guys are sending messages, I have to look at my phone to kind of, so I apologize for that. But anyway, just wanted to kind of let you guys know that, because I'm in kind of rant mode and shit. No, I just lost a guy. So, when it comes to this game, and even Street Fighter 5, Street Fighter 6, and other games, you have character balancing, which, in my opinion, is kind of like a hit or miss, because when you look at the character balancing of a game like Virtua Fighter, I can't 100% speak to it with absolute certainty, because I am not, by my own definition, I am actually a low-level scrub and a beginner player in Virtua Fighter. I accept that. I understand the dynamics. But I know where I'm at in Virtua Fighter. So I can't really say, oh, this character's cheat or that character's cheat. I can't speak to that. I can only speak to what I like and my desire to learn more about the game and doing content for it. Now, this game, Tekken, shit. This game, bro. Oh my God, this game is absolutely fucking stupid. It's just, you know something? I want to take this opportunity right now, and I want to walk you guys through why I say King. I'm going to do a light focus on King right now for Tekken 8. And I'm going to get to other stuff, but I just want to do this because I want to illustrate how I break down a character. And I've seen people say this to me in the comments, and they'll say, oh, you can't break a character. You can't look at a character in a vacuum. I'm sorry, but I roll my eyes every time I see people comment that, because when you are learning a character the proper way, The proper way is essentially um, you have to look at the character in a vacuum. You're not going to look at it. You know what? Let's get this shit started. Fuck that. We gonna get this shit started right now. Hold on, because I want to check on something right quick before I get into this. So so just give me a quick moment. Let me see. All right. So right now, I'm about to show the stream my absolute hatred for King, and I'm about to show them exactly why this character is of the utmost bullshit. So if you happen to tune in, I left you the link. All right. So I just left that to a friend of mine, and so let me get on with King, because this is to me, this is easy. All right, so let me go here. Let me make sure. Wait. Okay, stay connected. Now, I don't know if I have I don't know if the sound is needed, but all right, so I got my friend here, right? I actually tell my friend all the time to make his own YouTube channel because, if he is here, I keep bitching and telling him that he would be an amazing content creator when it comes to the survival horror and things of that nature. But shout outs to him, and he knows who he is. All right. Oh, look at the Tekken shop. I didn't even fucking mean to put that shit on there. All right. So we are going to go to King. And the thing is, not only am I going to bitch about this character, I'm actually going to tell you how this character can be balanced out. I'm going to pick King against King because I may want him to do certain things against me. So I'm going to put both Kings on the screen. And I want you to, and I look at this as a bit of a education because I want to give you guys insight as to how I break a character down. So number one, the first thing I always do in Tekken 8 is I always record them doing a 1-2, right? That's what I do. So we do that. Okay. And then I give them a while standing attack because it's 11 frames in this game. Lee and Lei, basically had the fastest while standing attacks, which was 10. But I remember, I think in the recent patch or one of the recent patches, I think they changed Lee's while standing. No, actually, no, correction. Lee's while standing 3 is 10. I think. But anyway, let me not get myself sidetracked. So we have King. So you see, every time I punch him, he's going to punch me back. If I do something while standing, right? He's going to while stand. Oh, hold on. He'll do a while standing kick. Okay, so we have that established. So we're going to take him all punish. We're going to put him on block all. Now, when you look at King as a character, one of the things that I absolutely always hated is that this is a character that is a wrestler, right? He's a grappler, right? You have your giant swing and also the bullshit, right? He has all of his fucking special moves. Why did Namco develop this character to have offensive tactics, offensive moves that actually rival characters like Steve Fox, rival characters like Dragunov? Why? This is the craziest shit to me. So for instance, you have this amazing move, down forward 2-1. Now, hopefully you guys understand frame data. If you don't, what you're seeing on the screen, hold on for a second. Let me make sure I'm I want to check something on the chat here. Okay. So you have down 4-2-1. So just to make sure you guys understand frame data, basically, if your attack is 10 frames and higher, your attack can be punished. So anything that is below 10 frames. So you see, if I do this move, you see on the left side of the screen, it says frame advantage, it's -6. That means the king player, if he were to actually try to punish me, I'll block, right? However, if I were to do something like a hop kick and I'm -13, which is higher than the number 10, I can't block that and it counts as a punish. So just a kind of a very bare bones understanding of frame data. Anyway, so one of the main issues with King right off the bat is this move here. Now remember, I'm going to have King set to punish, right? So every time he does a move, he's going to punish, right? So if you look at this, down forward 1, but if I do this, you see, it counts as a counter hit. Now, normally, that I would not have a problem with this. The problem is King can delay this move. So this is the move just with it being fast, right? This is the move just done normally, right? Done normally. Hold on. But if I were to delay this move, you see the delay? Look at the delay. I can literally sit and wait and see if my opponent happened to press something. And mind you, this move is safe on block, and the follow-up is safe on block. So this is -6, down forward 2 is -6, down forward 2, 1, the 1 is safe. So both moves from this string are safe. They give you a fucking combo, not a tailspin, an actual combo, which I'm not a king user, so let's see, this, I think it's that, or some other bullshit, right? You've seen the combo a trillion times. So the thing is, with the properties that this move has, this move, the fact that both strikes are safe, there is no reason why this move should be delayed. The way I would balance and fix this is I would eliminate King's ability to delay that string. King would have to commit to this because the risk is if you are the player and you block the first part, you can duck the second like this. But the problem is because the king player can delay the attack, the king player, especially if it's a king main, and best believe king mains will fucking forever downplay their character and say, oh, he's not that bad. Oh, this is what you can do. Fuck that. I am tired of the fucking downplay. This character is bullshit, and we are getting to the bottom of this shit right fucking now. So, the fact that this is a natural weakness to this move, as it should be, why? Because both of the attacks are fucking safe. Why did Namco give King the ability to say, oh, he blocked it, let me not do the follow-up? Do you see how that can be an issue? That is how, because now, if this move is blocked, if I'm good enough, which it doesn't take much, I cannot press the follow-up. But if the move did connect, oh good, especially if it's a counter hit. If it's a counter hit, let's put it on counter. If it's a counter hit, you have all the time in the world to fucking do the fucking move. So that's bullshit number one. And again, as I said, to be clear, I would, if you want to keep this move, completely safe, where both attacks are safe, you will eliminate the ability of king to delay that string. It's gone. Now, if you want to change it to where, say, all right, fine, I can deal with this being safe. Okay. But if we're going to do, say, block the second part would be -10 or -12. You can't have both. But see, king, he has everything. He has basically, this is a 13 frame mid check. Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, it might be a forearm or an elbow. So I don't even know if you can even attack reversal it. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. I don't know. But the follow-up again is safe, right? And you can delay it. That's too much. So if you are in the camp where you want to keep everything safe, then what you would do is you would remove the ability of the king player to do did it hit? Oh, good. I'm going to follow up. No, fuck that. That's done. Another move that is cancelable like this is this move. And you've probably seen this. It is while standing 2-2. This is another move. Now, this is a homing attack. Now, this is a move you will often see king players tend to do because you cannot sidestep this move, right? I don't think I need to explain homing attacks. This move is -9. So this move is, as I said, this move is completely safe. You see, you cannot punish this move. So a king player, and it comes out at 14 frames, which is actually very strong. So the king player can duck cancel. If you try to sidestep him doing his bullshit, he could throw this move out whenever he fucking wants. It's completely safe. You can't sidestep it. Oh, and if you get hit by this move, you're +1. And you know what +1 can give you as a king player? A fucking giant swing. Why? Because giant swing is 10 fucking frames. And it will look like this. Oh, good. You see the counter? Oh, good. If you don't tech that shit, you just fucking lost however much life that was. So that right there, because it is bullshit. Because again, with king having a 10 frame giant swing, you as the defensive player, you have to be 100% always on guard for this stupid fucking grab. You always have to be expecting this stupid fucking grab. And then you know what the king player can do after that? Oh, so you're mashing on 1? Oh, good. So we're going to do, how's he do this other move? I forgot. Is it, oh yeah, the Tijuana Twister. Oh, now we can do this one. Now you must have seen that one. So believe me, if you ever want to understand how to really effectively understand how a character is bullshit and how a character is designed according to the blueprint that Namco and Harada and his team have laid forth, just subscribe to my channel. That's a shameless plug, by the way. So again, if we get hit by this move, anytime you have any sort of advantage as a king player, you always have this in your hip pocket. Always. Oh, and if you break the grab, it don't fucking mean shit because it just goes back to neutral. There's no positional advantage for you. In fact, let's put on the break. Look at the let's put the opponent to break, right? Okay. Now look at this. At this point, let's take him off punish, right? All right. Oh. So at this point, now look at how far you are away. Now, what if now this could work for you or against you, but let's just say if you're the type of player that you want to be in close because you're a mix-up based character or play style. Now you are way the fuck out here, and let's be clear, King does have some very good ranged options, okay? He has some very strong ranged attacks. This is a character, in my opinion, that has virtually no weaknesses. King as a character has no real weaknesses. And I say no real weaknesses. That's, people can say, oh, well, oh, that move, I think this move is launch punishable. Ooh, it's minus 24. How many fucking advanced level King players are just going to throw this move out there? You're rarely going to see a move like that from any real experienced King player. So a lot of the moves that are very much unsafe from King, a lot of the upper level players are not using them. They're using shit like this bullshit. Oh, and you're gonna do here's a fucking counter. Oh, good. Oh, fucking 50 damage. 50 fucking damage. Oh, good. Look at this bullshit. Oh, and King can be right on top of you as you're waking up. Look at this shit. Now, it says 0 on the screen, but look at this. By the time my character gets up, I'm already in his face for the next mix-up. And you already just lost 50 fucking damage off of a perfect high crush attack. Let me just show you this. See, where I'm giving you everything right now. I'm giving you everything. See this? Now watch this. You see King is mashing, right? Watch this. Oh, perfect high crush. Want to see it again? I'll show you again. Perfect high crush. So you just lost 50 damage because the King player, to their credit, they set you up to mash, right? So okay, bam. Oh, in my opinion, let me tell you what I would do with that move. Because this move from King, it's not the most annoying low attacks, but it is a very strong low attack. And the fact that it's a low crush, okay, the fact that you get +5 out of it, okay, so when you're +5, I mean, shit, you can fucking, you can trade with, well, actually, no. Oh, yeah, his thing is 15 frames. So, okay, so, right, you could do that. Bam, bop. Got a combo. I mean, any real King player would blow you up because they would have the frames advantage over you and they would know exactly what to do. In my opinion, what I would do with the counter hit of this move, instead of this shit taking 50 fucking damage, I'm sorry, that shit would have a damage nerf and I would make it 40. Fuck you, King players. You can bitch and complain all you want, but the fact of the matter is, having a counter hit off of a high crushing low strike that gives you +5 on normal hit and 50 damage this on counter. And this move is not hard to land on your opponent. It is not hard to land this on your opponent. This is not like a 25 frame low. This low is 18 frames. 18 frames is a pretty solid low. That's basically Brian Fury's hatchet kick. If you know a quarter circle back 3 with Brian Fury, that's Brian's hatchet kick. It's 18 frames. So, you know, I would change this to being 40 damage, 100%. I don't know what I would do if the opponent blocks, because right now it is, let me take him off of punish real quick. Right now it's -13. So now, me being a Raven player, you know, Raven cannot launch at while standing -13 because he has while standing elbow, while standing 2, and that's 13 frames. Raven does while standing 1, that's 14 frames. Now, would I change this to a 14 frame low in terms of punish? I don't know. I think 13 frames is a decent spot to be. But I would 100% reduce the counter hit damage that he gets for that. I feel it is way too much. Now I want to get back to let me take him off of throw escape. Let me take him off of that. And let me move on. So remember when I was talking about this move here, the while sitting 2, right? Now, if the opponent happens to actually start mashing, you can delay this. Wait, can you? Let me see. Yeah, so you can delay it. See, now here's a deal with this move. Oh, what up? What up? What up, bro? Huge show. I'm just basically going over some ping bullshit that I'm not a fan of and things that I would actually personally change. But hope all is well with you. I'm pretty much focused on the screen. No. So Sweet Bree, you do not take chip damage from breaking grabs. Thank God. That was a change that was reverted in one of the later patches or earlier patches. So they removed that. But it's funny you brought that up because there's something I want to talk about when I'm done with this, and hopefully you guys will stick around. I'll try to speed it up a little bit because there's really not much else because I don't want to do a full thing. I'll have you guys here all day, but it was a dumb idea. Oh, salute 30 years, bro. Salute Dr. Huge Show. I'll just call you either Doctor or Show. But yeah, salute to you and your longevity. But yeah, let me get back into this. And so I want to talk about also the changes that they made in terms of the development team when it comes to Tekken. And I want to explain to you guys, it's not as good as you think it is, or it may not be what you guys think it is. But let me wrap this up real quick. So with King's while saying 2-2, you see, if you were to do this move right after the other, it will count as a block. It's a -12 attack. But like I said, you can delay this. And if you delay it just enough, you will catch your opponent pressing buttons. Because the timing between while standing 2-2 is much more airtight, right? It's much more airtight. You have to, because they allow the King player to delay this move to such an extent, it will override the fact that it is an airtight string. It makes it that much more problematic because let's just say if you already understand that this move is -12, you're going to take your turn back. The King player can just literally do this. He'll see that you're mashing. I was like, okay, he's going to mash. Oh, good. And now I'm doing the fucking track star bullshit, which I'm going to cover in a moment. So yeah. I think one of the other things I absolutely can't stand is, let's talk about this. I call this shit the fucking track star. Why the fuck does King have this bullshit? Like, this is so fucking stupid. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of that other dumbass character from Street Fighter 4, El Fuerte. That dumb fucking character. I could not stand that goddamn character. I had to say, outside of Rufus, that was the most insufferable fucking character in Street Fighter 4, and one of the most insufferable characters I've ever fought against in any competitive fighting game. That was such a dumb character. And every time I see this dumb bullshit, it reminds me of that fucking nonsense from Street Fighter 4. Why they gave King this? They couldn't think of anything else to give King outside this fucking track star bullshit where every fucking move from this stance is safe on block. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, this is, bro, you know, we're track star 1, safe. Track star 2, safe. Track star 3, safe. Track star 4, safe. Like, oh, let's put on the block low. Let's do that. Let's put on block all. Track star 4, So you have to do some other bullshit, some other creative bullshit to. Now, here's the funny thing about Trackstar 4, right? This bullshit here. Now, if you look at the frame data, it says that King is minus 21. What are you going to get from King in this situation that is going to be at all meaningful? Nothing. You are going to get fuck all out of King blocking this bullshit little Trackstar flop kick bullshit. You're not going to get anything. So again, for those that may have just joined the stream, we're going to go through it again. Trackstar 1, safe. Oh, actually, sorry. Let's do it. Trackstar 1, safe. Trackstar 2, safe. Trackstar 3, safe. Trackstar 4, pretty much safe. Oh, I forgot. Trackstar 12, basically safe, which is 1 plus 2, basically safe. Oh, and if you're standing there because you know, well, there's no point in me pressing anything because he's fucking safe on all his Trackstar shit. Oh, good, we have this. Oh, good, RKO out of nowhere. Yeah, I'm a King player, man. I'm fucking good. Yes, I got a free heat engager doing an unbreakable grab that does fucking 45 fucking damage and it gives me a goddamn heat engager for me to do more Trackstar bullshit that now all of a sudden has more enhanced. Wait, this, you thought track. Now I'm going to give you the elite. No, fuck that. I'm going to call this the elite Trackstar. When you let him run a little bit, that part right there, so we're going to call this elite track. No. We got Trackstar. Should I call it Olympic Trackstar? Elite Trackstar? I think Olympic. I think we'll go with elite because it's fewer syllables. So the elite Trackstar 1 is now, so it went from -8. So Trackstar 1 was minus 8. Now Elite Trackstar, it's -4. Elite Trackstar, -4. Trackstar 2, +3. Look at that, +3. You know what happens when you block Elite Trackstar 2? Oh, good. Now you're +8. +8. Oh, now let's look at now Trackstar 3. Oh, which is a homing move, by the way. So that means if you're trying to sidestep this shit, you are going to get hit. In fact, let's put it into practice, shall we? Let's put it into practice. What's a good move that I think it's this. Oh, and that's we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to 3-2-2. We're gonna get to this bullshit. I'm just getting fucking started. Because I know if there's any King players here, I apologize in advance. So anyway, where was I? Yeah, so Elite Trackstar 3. Now, oh wow, look at that. So also, not only does Elite Trackstar 3 gives you +2, it also does 10 chip damage. Look at this. It does 10 chip. Now let's look at Elite Trackstar 4. So no difference really, but it'll probably be a difference on hit. So let's see what it is on hit. Regular, right? So regular, it's neutral, so it's 0. I bet your ass this shit is probably plus frames. Let's see Elite Trackstar 4. Wow. See this fucking shit. Yo, I guarantee you, I'm pretty sure King has a fucking follow-up after this. I'm pretty sure. I just don't know what it is. There's no way that you have a 20 frame wake up situation that the King player can't take advantage of. It has to be something that he can do. But anyway, this is just absolute bullshit. There is absolutely no fucking reason why every single option from this bullshit is safe on block. It's absolute bullshit. And to make matters worse, even if, in fact, let me do this. Let's do this. We're gonna put them on block all. We're gonna set them to sidewalk. Let's see if I can get this right. Sidewalk. Sidewalk right, right? So he does this. He's on sidewalk. So I need him to do. Okay, I think it's after the third hit, right? Let's see. Oh, it needs to be. Oh, okay. It needs to connect on the hit. So, but anyway, let's just say if you're trying to sidestep this bullshit and King happens to do track star 3, yeah, you're gonna get hit because you're sidestepping. You can't sidestep this move. But why is it that you're giving King, out of every single option, out of this track star bullshit, everything is safe? There's no real counterplay, because what if I want to try to sidestep? Oh, I can't, because if he happens to do this track star 3 and I make the read and I block it, he's completely safe. Like, what? How are you safe on this? Look at the animation. Does this look like something that should be safe? King is literally jumping in the air. In fact, you know something? We're gonna show this in real time. Fuck that. I'm gonna have some fun with this. Watch this. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do this. Okay, we're gonna go to photo mode. Look at this bullshit. Advanced frames. This guy is off the ground. Why the fuck is this move safe? He is literally off the ground. Look. Why is this track? He is literally off the fucking ground. Look at this dumb bullshit. Now, we're going to follow through, right? He falls to the ground with his back turned on his thigh / his ass, right? He literally is on his fucking ass. Why in the fuck is this move safe? Why is that move safe? That move should be fucking, I wouldn't say launch punishable, but that shit should be at least -12. At least. Oh my God, bro. That shit is crazy. But you're not going to see this, or if you do see other content creators break this shit down the way I am, please let me know in this chat so I can check out that creator and personally give them my props and respect, because I do not see motherfuckers that will go deep on this shit. And maybe I'm just feeling myself right now because I'm in a live stream and I'm just like on some I don't give a shit. I'm in a I don't give a fuck mode right now. I'm just going to call it like I see it. But there's no way this move should be fucking safe, as I just demonstrated. No fucking way. Now, you know what let's go to the other bullshit. Oh my God, you guys are going to love this one. How many of y'all have experienced this? Oh, actually, you might not be familiar with it on block. You probably will know it on hit. So this is what happens. How many of y'all have experienced this? Oh, good. How many? Okay, so now we're just gonna block. Oh, good. Now we're going with this bullshit. Yes. I don't even know how to even do this fucking grab, but I'm not a king player, so I don't give a fuck. But yeah. Now, let me explain something, because I feel like I'm shouting too much. So let me tone it down, because at least I have some of you. So one of the key ways I break down characters is when I look at the attack startup frames. I want you to pay close attention to your screen. And I've said this in a Lee video I did several months ago, that you know, I had some idiot that literally took my fucking video and made a hit piece out of it. But anyway, those who know will know. So anyway, so this grab is, now you can see, I want to ask somebody in the chat if somebody can just tell me what is the startup frames of this grab. Even if just one of you, I just want you to just tell me, just put in a chat, what number is the startup? Hopefully somebody can do it just so I can know people are actually looking at the attack startup frames and see it. Good. Excellent. Okay. 12. You know what else is 12 frames, Sweet Bree? This move. Actually, it's 11. So that means you have 1 frame difference between this and this. You have to guess between this move and this move. Because if we do this in real time, all right, well, if I think he's going to do the grab, I'm going to duck, right? Right? If we do the grab, he's going to duck. Oh, wait a second. Oh, you ducked. Now I'm going to take 50 from you. Oh, good. That's because you ducked. Oh, and there's nothing you can do about this, by the way. Why? Because you cannot, apparently you can't break crouching grabs. Apparently. Like that, you know, I don't know. Like, I don't agree with this. I feel every grab in the game should be, you know, and just to kind of show you what I mean, we're going to put him standing. Grab, you see, he's breaking grabs, right? We're going to do, right? He's broke grabs. We're going to have him duck. No grab break. So what ends up happening is you duck, get hit with this, deal with this bullshit. Oh, and here's something else. If you notice, and this is something else advanced level Tekken players actually pay attention to, and this is what us OG players will, I won't say us because not every one of us does it. When you knock down your opponent, I want you to pay attention to something. If you look at the frame advantage, you may notice something when you knock your opponent down in practice mode. You may either be at plus or you may be at negative. Now, that's key because what that will allow you to do is you can continue to pressure your opponent as they are standing up, or in fighting game vernacular, we can pressure you on your wake up. So when I do this, do that bullshit grab, you can see it's already showing frame advantage of 1. So what that means is by the time King gets up, I can already do an attack and it may land on counter. So that's why some players are able to do additional mix-ups after they knock you to the ground, because even though they knock you to the ground, they are still, from a frame advantage standpoint, they're still at plus. That's what it is. What's up, Alvin? So, yeah, there's not enough time to react. So again, you know, we can put him to stand, and I will just have him say we can do right. We do this. Actually, no. We'll put him to stand first, and we'll put him to duck after. So he'll duck after the first hit, right? So let's just say, okay, you mixed up, you got caught with the grab. Okay, you can break the grab. Okay, good. You can break the grab. That's fine. Now, let's just say if instead you choose to, you choose to duck, right? Duck the grab, right? But he said does this. Now you're in this situation. Now the problem, let me tell you what the problem is with this. The problem with this, I don't have a problem with the mix-up. You'd think I would, right? What I have a problem with is this move is completely safe. This move is -9. Why is this move completely safe? This move, especially coming out of a stance like this, and for what it can give you, this move should be at least -10. I would make this -10. There's no reason why this move should be what it is. It's really bullshit. Because if you look, if I'm doing this, now you got to factor this also. There are two ways to break this grab. It's either a 1 break or a 2 break. It's not just 1 break. So if you're mashing on 1 to break this grab, and I happen to do the 2 version, what I mean by that is, typically in Tekken, you could do a left punch, left kick, right punch, right kick. So we basically look at this as left punch, left kick as 1, the 1 break, right? Versus right punch, right kick, which is the 2 break. So you have 2 different options. But in certain grabs, pressing on one or the other, you actually have to match the button that the offensive player used for that particular grab. So if they happen to do the 1 version of this and you hit the 2 button, you're going to get grabbed. There you go. That's what happens. So, yeah, so I don't agree with this move being -9. This move should not be safe, because if this move hits you, and the funny thing is, it doesn't even need to be a counter hit. That's another interesting thing, right? You would think, fine, you could make the argument that maybe, just maybe, all right, maybe if the move gave you that on counter hit, right? It gave you that type of where it puts King on his knee, right? And then maybe on normal hit, it was just like something like that, right? Like if this move hit you, you would react to like the same way you got hit with a down forward 1, this move. Fine. And then if you do it, so if this move was normal hit, and this would be counter hit, I would be a little bit more accepting of it. But the fact that this gives you that even on normal hit, nah, fuck out of here. That's bullshit. That's way too much. That's way too much to give King this 50 fucking damage and +1 on wake up for a move that starts it all off and it's completely safe. And basically, if you're standing still, you run the risk of getting caught with this bullshit because because this comes out 1 frame slower than this. So you only have 1 frame difference between the chop and the grab. Come on, Namco. That is not how you fucking balance this shit. It's not. That is not proper game design. Not design, balance. That's absolute bullshit. Come on. And if you look at the other moves, now look at this. Now this move is +8. Now I'm going to tell you, I actually don't have a problem with this. Why? Because this move, it's 17 frames and it's a high. It's a high attack. So I feel as a King player, I feel that you took the risk, right? And you blocked it and you took the risk to do this move. The only thing I may have done is I would turn this move. I might make this move 20 frames. You know why I would make this move 20 frames? Because if King is in heat, let me show you. Do y'all even know about this? If you block this move, wait, there was something else. There was something, wait, was it this? Ah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, if you do 2 spins, it becomes a guard break. I don't know how many people actually knew this. Yeah, if you do 2 spins, and the thing is, you have to factor in something. Because King has so much, this is a quick, it's not like a slow spin. If you get your opponent to like, you know, not press buttons and do all your down forward ones and your down forward, you know, typical king bullshit. You know, you can catch somebody unaware every now and then and catch them with this. It is not impossible. It is not impossible. Now, I'm not saying do like this. Now, that's dumb. But I do feel you can catch somebody unaware sleeping at the wheel with this. And what ends up happening is if you block this, oh, and check this out. This is guaranteed. Well, usually it's guaranteed. Yeah, that's guaranteed. That's a free heat engager. For those that may not know. In fact, I'm going to put them to block all. You see, I'm putting them to block all for everything. So he's blocking everything. He's blocking lows. Now watch this. Sometimes it may whiff, because I think it depends on the character. Let me see. See that? Look at that. So I think depending on the character, it might depend on the range and the size of the character. But some characters, this will probably be much easier to land than others. Guaranteed. So there's a lot of little nicky-nack shit that people are not aware of. And also, mind you, every single option from this can also be done going backwards. How many people have gotten hit by a king player doing this going backwards and got hit with this? How many? I know I have. So moving right along, all of the other moves, right? So you have, let me just call this twirl. We're just gonna call this, we call this track star. So track star 1, track star 2, right? So we're gonna call this twirl. So twirl 1, right? That's safe, right? Twirl 2, safe. Twirl 3, safe. Twirl 4, +8. Bro, make it make sense. Make it make sense. See, the only thing a king player is going to do is they're going to downplay. They're going to say, oh, well, you just don't press buttons. Or, oh, well, you can duck this. Okay, yeah, so I duck this, and then I duck and crouch into something else. And the funny part is, if I make the read, so let's say if the king player, hypothetically, wants to set you up with this, right? Because this is, when you are +8 on block in a game like Tekken, this is massive. You know what this allows you to do? If you're +8, that means from a frame startup standpoint, you can do any move from king that is at 18 frames and under. So what that means is this, and I actually made a frame data video. It didn't get much views, but it was all right. And I explained it like this. When you are +8 or +5, right? What that really means in an easy way to where I would explain it to beginners is when you're +8, that just means that you are able to do an 18 frame attack. And if your opponent is mashing on jabs, which are 10 frames, you will create a trade situation. You will trade hits. But if you do a move that's 1 frame under the frame advantage you have, so let's say this is 18 +8. So if you do a 17 frame attack from king and lower, you will beat out your opponent's 10 frame retaliation. So real quick, just for those who are like, I don't know what the fuck this guy is talking about. So again, we do this, right? So what is a move that is from king that is 17 frames? Let's see. All right, so this move here is 18, right? So this is a perfect example. So this is an 18 frame attack, right? We've all seen this. It's this move right here. We've seen that move. So this is 18 frames. If you are +8 with this kick, and I then do this, it's going to trade, which proves my point. Watch. Twirl 4, 1 plus 2. Sorry, I got the timing down. See? Trade. Every time. Now I'm giving you some advanced level shit because I'm one of those content creators where I would find trades that are in your favor. Now, under this scenario, as the king player, there's nothing else that the opposing. Now, this could be Victor on the screen. This could be fucking Raven. Anybody that has a 10 frame. Well, everybody has a 10 frame jab. So if they're trying to retaliate, and I do this, look at the damage difference. You don't think that's a trade that I don't mind being in my favor? You don't think that? I mean, all I did is I ate a jab. So I lost 6 damage. I lost 6 damage, but I took 20 from my opponent. Oh, and I'm plus 5. So that means if I really want to be really set this up, I could do something like this. This, get my trade, and it's going to a fucking giant swing. Bro, this is why I tell people I may not what did I say? I said I may not main your character. No. How did I put it? I phrase it in a cool way. I say, I don't need to main your character to understand how the character works. Real shit. Again, we'll show. Let me take them off the grab breaks. Let's take them off, right? So we do this again. We go for the trade. Or actually, no. What's another grab that moves them forward? Because I think, let me see. This. Bop, bop. Oh, well, you know it. Basically, and let's just say if they happen to be mashing, you're basically plus 5 in that situation. However, if you are still mashing, because in that situation, right, boom, and I do the giant swing, it can land if they're still mashing afterwards. So that is something that the king player can do. And you just saw how much damage you did. In fact, let's do it in real time because most people don't take the giant swing damage like that. So let's just make sure they do the let's make sure we do this. All right. Bop, bop. Anyway, let me see. But you get the point. So now that's what happens if I do a 18 frame attack. So again, if your frame advantage is 5 and you do a 15 frame attack, if your opponent is doing a 10 frame retaliation, you're going to trade. That's how I basically go about working my character's trades. And I find different things that many players may not be aware of. King is busted, but I feel that he is very easy to get under control. Dominique. And I don't know if you just joined, but there are just certain things, certain moves that I would reduce the damage of. I would remove the delayed ability of doing certain moves like down 4-2-1, where you can delay it for fucking forever, like I'm doing right now. Look at this. Look at that delay. Do you see this shit? Now I'm not even a king main. Look how long that delay is. You don't think a king player that's like a little Majin like level, like elite level king can't exploit this shit? So this is why I really don't, I find it hard to respect king players in Tekken 8 because this is 100% a carry character. This is a character that fucking carries you. I'm sorry. That's just what the fuck it is. So again, I mean, I'm looking at all the like twirl 1, safe. Why? This is safe. Oh, and okay, and this is what happens if it hits you. Twirl 1. Oh, look at that. That's not even a counter hit. Bro, why is King getting a stun off of a regular hit? Now, I can probably understand the same example I gave with Twirl 2. If Twirl 2 gave that type of reaction on a counter hit, fine. But bro, this is a normal hit. Why is King having access to an attack that's 11 frames, that's mid, that's also that gives a guaranteed fucking crouch grab, okay, that leaves you +1 on wake up? Why are you giving him all of this? And then if we look at Twirl 1, he has a fucking full combo. Now, I don't know what the combo is, but I'm pretty sure it's some fucking devastating ass shit. Oh, and not to mention, again, why is this move safe? Now, fine. If you want to make the move safe, okay. If you want to make that move safe because you can argue and say, well, you can duck underneath it. Okay. But why on regular hit, you're getting a full combo? That I don't agree with that. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Now, here's something to note. Both Twirl 1 and Twirl 4, if you look at the frames, right? You both see both Twirl 1 is 1718 and Twirl 4 is 1718. Now you may ask, why did they do that? Why is this move 17 frames and why is this move 17 frames? And they're both highs. So the reason why they do this is because both moves, they serve two different purposes. This is a move you want blocked. You want your opponent to block this move because on hit, this move knocks you away, right? Now it can wall stun, but it knocks you away. So you want your opponent to block this move. You don't want your opponent you want your opponent to get hit by this move. That's the reason why, that's the fundamental difference between Twirl 1 and Twirl 4. The reason why they are both 17 frames and they're both high attacks, because they serve two different purposes on hit and on block. Twirl 1 is designed with the intent of landing on contact so that you can do your combo. Twirl 4 is designed, because on hit it knocks you away, is designed for you to block. That's why. That's why that is. And again, that's why with this property, after the second twirl, it turns to an armor break. This doesn't turn into an armor break. That doesn't turn into armor break, even though actually even this is good, because when you are -2 in this game, it really doesn't matter because you are still able to sidestep and do other different things. So let me just show you what this means, right? So you see here, if I do this, I'm -9. That means I can't really do anything. I can't sidestep. I can't do anything. But if I charge this up and do it and sidestep, now I can sidestep. You saw that? I'll do it again. Now you just got launch punished. See, this is why I keep telling people again, and I really should make this into a t-shirt. And if anybody beats me to it, I hope I get royalties. I don't need to main your fucking character to understand your character. Like, I have so much strategy and knowledge on how to manipulate this game or the franchise as a whole, and my understanding of frames, that it's uncanny. This is this is part of the reason why I still play the game, because I do enjoy doing this. I do enjoy sharing strategy and tactics with people, because there may be a person that does main this character, right? But if they can take what I show and make it their own, I feel good about that. And I feel that is the true mark of a teacher, and not allowing your ego to lead the way. That's how I approach my personal fitness in terms of when I'm training my clients. That's how I just apply it, because, you know, I can look at somebody who might, you know, I don't main King. I don't main Yoshimitsu. I don't main a lot of these characters, but I can bring them in the lab and I can break these characters down in such a way that chances are I will find some little nugget, some little gimmick, some trick that even a person who mains their character may not be aware of. And I take great pride in that, actually. I actually do. It probably will be Evo's next shirt. Oh, man. You know, I will have y'all know that I did come up with the term godlike. If you've ever heard godlike said in the fighting game community, that actually started from me. Because I used to say that in Chinatown Fair many years ago. And what ended up happening is Chinatown Fair was New York's last real arcade back in the day. And until they close it down and reopen, and now it's some other bullshit now. But we used to have players that would come from California, Atlanta, Texas, you name it. So they would hear, like, I would say it, and then some of my friends would start saying it, and then it would spread. So that's basically how the whole godlike thing came to be. So yeah. Like the Kazuya Sabaki video. Yes, exactly, Alvin. So, I mean, I don't know what else I can say about this character that, you know, that I think I've proved my point. This character is really fucking stupid. It's bullshit. But I think the one other thing I would say is the RKO. This right here, actually no, it's the Trackstar grab, right? This fucking bullshit. It's absolutely stupid. And I think I did a video or stream, I forgot which one, and I actually detailed how you fix this move, because this move needs to be fixed. So what you would do with this move, and actually I think in that stream, I came to the conclusion of something. So I had two options, two paths. But then later on, I actually changed my mind. I was like, fuck that. Nah, this shit gotta go. So what I'm going to say currently at what is this? August 25th is I'm going to just say this move will be 100% breakable. No more unbreakable grabs. In fact, that is a gameplay mechanic that I would institute. Grabs should not be unbreakable. That is bullshit. Now, fine. If you want to leave in the guard break attacks, okay, fine. I can deal with that. Some people may not, but I can deal with that. But all grabs should be breakable, including crouch grabs. And you know why I say this? Because if I do this, you are aware that King can do a crouch grab by doing down 1 and 3 and down right punch, right kick. So King can do it. It's either 1 break or 2 break. So basically, it should come down to a mix-up. It should be, if I do this and the King decides to do the grab, at that point, if the King does down 1+3, which is the one break. If I do the one break, I should be able to break out of this. Because why is it that King has 2 grabs? He has this one, and he has this one. And they both do the same damage, but this one gives you +1 advantage on the opponent's wake up. Whereas this one, the one version, you're at neutral and you're at a little bit of range. So the fact that you're able to have 2 different grabs, why not have them both as, you know, this is the one break and this is the 2 break. Why not do it that way? And if the opponent guesses right, they break out of the grab. Like this is why I'm just not a fan of this bullshit ass game. There are too many bad gameplay decisions. See, the crouch grabs. The crouch grabs is not a balance issue. It's not. The crouch grabs is a game design issue because other characters have crouch grabs. Dragunov has crouch grabs. Eddie has crouch grabs. I think, I don't know if Ling had a crouch grab. Maybe she does. I don't really know. Yes, other characters have crouch grabs and you cannot break them. So that shit that needs to go. All grabs should be breakable. That is a gameplay mechanic that should be brought in. Because, you know, it would really take a lot of the sting of getting hit by this bullshit as Twirl 2. It would really take it off. Because at least you have the opportunity to break one of those grabs. You have the chance. It's not just a guaranteed death on 50. It's stupid. And also make this -10, please. Like, what the fuck is this doing being safe? It's absolutely fucking stupid. But yeah, about the RKO, like I was about to say, Trackstar grab, yeah, that grab will be broken. Also, it would no longer be doing nobody's 45 fucking damage. That shit is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Yeah, so that shit would do 30. Now, why 30? Because you are still getting a fucking heat engager out of your grab. That's why. That's why I'm making this grab 30. And look at this. And if you do it from heat, it does 49. Like, what are they thinking with this shit? And do you see this? Do you see this? I want to share something else. I just noticed this. Bro, do you not notice something? He's getting his heat back with every arcade. I actually did not know this. Okay, we need to put somebody else on the screen because I need to show this. We're going to go to Steve fucking Fox right now. We're going to go to Steve Fox right now because this needs to be shown. This is absolute bullshit. All right. This is absolute bullshit, and I got to show this. So, okay, so we're in heat. We do this stupid grab. Now, if you notice, the heat stops, and you regain heat meter. Okay. Now, let's go to Steve. We're going to go to Steve right quick. We're going to do this. Look at this. Now, mind you, with Steve Fox, this, if you do this and you grab, look at your heat is basically gone. What the fuck? This is ridiculous. This is bad. This is now. If I want to, if I'm Steve Fox, if I want to do down forward both kicks, see, I can do the ducking canceling. But you see how fast it burns through your heat as a Steve player. Look at this. Go heat again. 1, 2, 3. So you get about 3, right? So let's say if we got him on a heat engager, right? Full 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now, the problem is if we do the same heat engager, we go here, grab. Now, when you do that grab, now all of a sudden, that's right. I'm in defense mode. Anyway, we'll do it. Hold on. Look how much heat he loses if this lands. That's insane. Now, mind you, this is a grab situation that the opponent can break out of, right? Because typically a Steve player will do either this one. It does very low damage, but you're left at plus 14. You know, so you can like do different things and, you know, different attacks and shit like that, whatever, it's guaranteed. However, both will sap your heat gauge. But yet and still, you have King. When he's in heat, he can fucking still threaten with this bullshit. And he actually regains heat gauge. So why is it when you land this move, why isn't King's heat meter disappearing? It's actually, you can, if I keep doing this, I can keep King in heat almost indefinitely. Look at this. Now, if I let it almost go away, watch. Look at this shit. Oh, look, it came back. Ha, ha, ha. Look at this fucking bullshit. Look at this fucking nonsense. Yo, this character's fucking bullshit, bro. There's no excuse. There's no verdict. It's a bullshit character. It's a bullshit character. It's a carry character. Let's go over to my main Raven, because I've always wanted to show this. I always enjoy showing this. I'm going to go to the character which, in my opinion, has absolutely the worst fucking heat in the game. Raven's heat is absolutely trash, as far as I'm concerned. When compared to other... Where the fuck is this guy? Where's King? Let me forget where this guy is. Oh, there he is. Okay. So I got to show this. Yeah, that's great. You know what, Dominique? A lot of people don't even know that. I didn't know that. I just noticed that in the stream. Like, I just know this. I just seen that. So with Raven, now, if I do this, that's why I got to put him on block. Let me just take him here. Look at how much heat gauge this takes from me. Now, mind you, as a Raven player, I am -3. Last I checked, as a Raven player, and just as a character that's in heat, isn't it where if I activate heat, aren't I supposed to be like a Super Saiyan version of my character? Like every other fucking character in this game? Why is it that with Raven, because we know his clones, you know, they've been buffed a little bit. Thank you for not having me be -14 again, or -14. I'm now -13. Ooh, -13 for this. Okay, whatever. Fine, I'll take it. But why is it when you do any of his orange clones, these are still -3? And also, mind you, this is something I actually made reference to, and a very strong and popular Raven content creator named Immortal Soul. I think he's out in the United Kingdom. He's very, very prominent Raven content creator. He actually liked my suggestion and actually gave a good comment where I said, if you're Raven, and and just in the interest of fairness, why is it when you do Raven Soul Zone, which is both kicks, right? Left kick, right kick, and you do this. If I tap forward, right, we do a dash. If I tap up, he flops from the ground, from the sky, right? Right, he does this. It's a little gimmicky, but it is what it is. If you tap back, he appears back turned, so that helps with his mix-ups. And if you hold down, he recovers crouch. So that's where you see Raven players, they'll do this. They'll do shit like this. And, you'll see gimmicks like this. I don't play Raven like this. Only the fucking the nutty Raven players do that shit. I don't play like that. But, it can work, until they fucking get blocked. And then they fucking, they die on block. You know what I'm saying? So that's on them. They live by the sword, die by the sword. That's what some of them do. Everybody has their way of playing. That's not me, but hey, it is what it is. But when you do an orange clone and you see how Raven drops from the sky, right? From this, or what's the one he drops from the sky? Like that. You see how he dropped? Why in that situation? Why in this situation you have absolutely no control over Raven? What if after this situation, after the heat, I may want to hold back, so instead I can land back turn? I'm not given that as an option for a Raven, as a Raven player. Why? Who knows? Who the fuck knows? I don't. So, yeah, it's really wild. It's really crazy. Also, another thing that's absolutely fucking ridiculous. Do any of you really know, even if you don't like Raven or don't use Raven, I want you to understand this. This string, back 223, this is minus 19 on block. Why is this move minus 19? Okay, so we have a low version. Why is this minus 30? Why is this move minus 30? Have you ever, I don't even know if I've heard of a move that's minus 30. Like outside of like one of those super slow moves from like maybe Jack or something. This is absolutely insane. And you know what Raven gets for landing this move on somebody? I'll show you. This is what Raven gets. He gets a whopping 20 damage with no follow-up. It shows +3 on Wake Up, but there really is nothing guaranteed that you can get as a Raven player. Nothing really. So why am I losing? Why am I using a move that is minus 30 on block, but it only does 20 fucking damage? You know what other move? Oh, and if you look at the string, this is another way you can look at how much frames. I don't know if people do this, but so you see the first part of the string is 15 frames. The second part is 22. And the third is 20. So you know the other move that Raven has is 20 frames and it's low and it does 20 damage? His new back turn low, back turn down 2. It's 20 frames, it does 20 damage, and it's +4 on hit. So why is fundamentally the same move minus 30? I don't know if this is an oversight from the development team. I really don't. Maybe it is, but I'm not a fan of it. Now, the general premise is this. This is how you're ideally supposed to use the move. Let me again, like I said, you do well, I always give my dummy character 1-2, right? And then we're going to give him a while standing. We're going to do that. while standing. Pop. All right, so we got him set up. So my opponent is going to respond after 2 attacks. Well, oh wait. Oh, okay. We got to send him to punish. Sorry. There we go. So this and this. Now he's going to mash. So this is why Raven has this move. That's why. It's a counter hit launcher. Now this is a great. Now this would be a strong move for Raven if it was not minus fucking 19. Why? Like that? Do you have other characters in this game that literally get away with murder, but yet it's still Raven, who has a string on counter hit? This counter hit low only does 24 damage, and again, there's no real solid follow up. There's nothing you can really do without the opponent waking up and blocking. So that's minus 30. And the mid option is minus 19. It's fucking ridiculous. The only good part about that string is if they're mashing on the second hit, on the second hit, where it looks like this. So as a Raven player, if this happens, if a Raven player is running this move, if you mash after this, that's guaranteed. So, you know, so that's something to bear in mind, because what we would do as Raven players, we want you to do is this, bop, 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 and then we got nice 79 damage. So, you know, we want you to mash off of that. You know what I'm saying? Because, and the reason why this works is because on counter hit, this is +8. Now, remember what I told you about the frame data. If you do a particular move, right, and if it's 8 frames, whatever, well, Raven's back turn 1 is 8 frames. It's one of the few moves in this game that are faster than 10 frames. This is an 8-frame attack. So this is the reason why that works. That's the reason. Most Raven players know this. It's like common knowledge for like advanced level Raven players. But if you're fighting against a Raven player, just know that is a possibility that they may try to go for that. So yeah. Now, another thing that I find very interesting as Raven is this. So this string, this right here is a move that I tend to use, right? Now, this is a safe. Now, the problem is, even if this move connects, you'll be hard pressed to find anything that you can, you can land with it. So basically, it's designed for you to just mash and just do up 4-4-4. The reason why I run this move is because it comes out at the same frames, or at least within 1 frame of down 4, which is a very good low attack. It's only -13 and it has very long range. And it puts you in a while standing state. So you can do this, remain crouch, and then do Aqua Spider, which is basically full crouch, down 4-3. And then it would look like this, putting them together, right? And then boom, all that's guaranteed. So you can look at that as this, all this is damage, bop, bop. So yeah, so that's a pretty strong technique, right? Now, if you're anticipating the Aqua Spider, Raven could do this and then that, because that is going to be a mid attack. And it can also, catch some characters. Some characters 1-2 will snuff it out. Some characters will get counter hitted. So it kind of varies. It's not very consistent. But yeah, there's just so much, I don't know. There's so much. So, I don't know what else to cover. I could cover a whole bunch of shit with Raven, but I didn't want this to go into a Raven rant. But I will say another move with King, and I'm actually mad I totally forgot about this move. I'll just switch him over to defense. Is this move. why does King have this move? Forward, forward, neutral, 1+2. This move is 9 frames. Why does King have this? It's a 9-frame attack, right? It's +7 on regular hit, and it's a mid attack. Now, I could probably see the argument to a degree if this was a high. But the fact that this bullshit is a fucking mid, it's a like this is ridiculous. Like, I don't, oh, and heaven forbid, if it's a counter hit, because you know we got to show the counter hit, and I'm pretty sure some of you already know, but I'm going to show it anyway. So we're going to do opponent counter, just for shits and giggles, and we're going to show this. Hold on. What's going on here? Oh, here we go. Board. Look at this. So it becomes -18. So -18. So what move does King have that's 18 frames? So we got this. We have 16 frames. So let's see. Oh, look at that. That works. Or could work. Yep, that's guaranteed. But depending on the range. Let me see. Got that. Oh, and also, that's guaranteed. Like, come on, man. Like, I just find this character literally has everything. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I don't even know how you could possibly defend this character. I really don't. You know, actually, no, I do know. What some people do, this is what some people do. I've heard people say, well, there was no kings in top 8 at the last tournament, so obviously he's not as broken. So these are players, they are gauging a character's brokenness based solely on if a player just so happens to get top 8 or win a tournament with said character. And if said character or player does not do well with the busted character, that somehow makes it that the character is not busted anymore. You know, that's the type of logic that makes me want to run at top speed and ram my head through a concrete wall. I'm being dead ass serious. That is partly what I feel is wrong with the Tekken community individually, when players, they will solely gauge a character that is broken, brain dead, busted, whatever, based solely on if player A is using that particular character and they win the tournament or get top 8 or whatever. Never mind that the character itself does not change. So maybe that player may have had an off night. Maybe he had a bad tournament. Maybe that player didn't show up at the event, and maybe somebody else, but I always look at the character. I don't give a fuck about the player. I don't give a shit about the player at all. I look at the character. I look at the character and I see a character that can do this and get fucking guaranteed easy damage off of a move that is basically 11 frames and safe on fucking block. It boggles my mind. And I really don't mean to be disrespectful, but some players, some Tekken players are just, I don't want to call people stupid, but I will say they grossly overestimate what they think they understand and know about this, not just this game, but the franchise. Oh, and the funny thing is, I spent all this time and I didn't even talk about the new move that King has, which is this bullshit. First of all, this move starts off with a 15 frame high. I don't have a problem with that. And the move is safe. Okay, it's safe high, right? But this is also a move that you can delay. This is also a delayable string. And the second attack is also safe. So not only is part 1 safe at -9, but part 2 is safe at -9. Oh, God. You know, I don't know. I'm going to say something, and I would say, like other bigger channels, I would say, oh, clip this or whatever, like they say on like a Twitch chat or Twitch stream. And I would say, clip this right here. I don't know who the hell Harada and Nakatsu and those people on the Tekken development team. I don't know who the hell they got to play test this game for balancing, because from what it looks like to me, they just went and got their next door fucking neighbors to play test this fucking game. That's what I really believe. I do not believe any serious, skilled legacy Tekken player or players would have played this build of the game and say, you know what? Yeah, it's fine. I don't see anybody fucking saying that. So it makes me believe that Nakatsu and Harada and his whatever, if they even have a balancing team, is probably a bunch of their fucking friends and next door neighbors. Because I refuse to believe that the balancing of this game was based around skilled Tekken players. I fucking refuse to believe that. I do not accept that. I don't. This is one of the most horrendously balanced games I've ever played as in my history of playing fucking fighting games. And I'm 44 fucking years old, and I have played damn near everything that has a punch, kick, or slash button. Fuck, man. How does this delayable bullshit that goes into a full fucking combo with both strikes being completely safe on block? How does Trackstar 1 safe, Trackstar 2 safe, Trackstar 3 safe, Trackstar 4 safe, Twirl 1 safe, Twirl 2 safe, Twirl 4 +8 on block, and Twirl 3 safe? How in the fuck, who designed this shit? I need something. You know what? I know I'm on my healthy shit right now. I'm on my fitness grind. But in this moment, I wish I had a nice bottle of rum with some peach Arizona iced tea. Because playing this fucking game will make someone snap their game, fling their controller, rage quit online, raise blood pressure, this game, I really, just from a legacy sake, I want to say I love Tekken 8. But when I see this caped fucker on the screen, and every time I play against somebody online that is using this character, I don't see when I lose, I feel like I get cheated. I don't feel like I got outplayed. I don't feel like I got. I just feel like I blocked a whole bunch of safe bullshit that doesn't fucking matter. He's gonna do his fucking shit. Oh, I stood it. Oh, now I'm gonna take a fucking 100 damage fucking grab. Like, oh, I'm standing there. Oh, good. 45 damage to the heat engager. Oh, good. He can do it again. And this heat engager don't go nowhere because it keeps getting fucking refilled. This character is absolutely ridiculous. And I haven't even gotten to Nina. I haven't gotten to Anna. I damn sure have not gotten to Yoshimitsu. And this is just King. Oh, man. It's crazy. I started this stream. It was daytime outside. Now it's like damn nighttime. So, hey, I'm willing well, it's 14 now, but for the 12 people that have been staying around for like the last hour or so, if you guys want me to talk about anything else, if you want to ask me a question, feel free, because I think I've ranted enough about Tekken 8 King enough for like 4 videos. This was like 4 videos worth of King rants right here. Like, so I'm willing to take anything. If we want to talk about Ninja Gaiden again, because I know we were talking about that earlier in the stream. We want to talk about more Gamescom. If you have something specifically, okay. Which character you play against and it feels, that is a very sensible question. In fact, Verdant, I will actually say I've never heard that question before. So, in fact, let me get this piece of shit off my screen because I'm tired of even looking at this fucking game. This game is just, this game, like I said, I'm going to get to your question. But I will just say, in terms of production value, in terms of the look, I will definitely say Tekken 8 did release in a very strong state, as opposed to other games we have seen where it took them a year to kind of get it right. I like the replay options. I think that's great. The practice mode options is some of the best I've played. I think the story is solid. The graphics are strong. There are things about Tekken 8 that are good. I don't want it to seem like, oh my God, there's nothing good about Tekken. It's just the things I don't like, which are largely, even though I talked about King, the balancing I feel can be fixed, but the gameplay mechanics and the direction they took Tekken is a harder fix. Now, let me get to the question. So, which character you play against and it feel fair? So, I feel, honestly, if I'm playing against Mishimas, like Kazuya, whatever, I feel that there is enough level of counterplay, especially against, now, of course, I kind of call Kazuya, I kind of call him coin flip Kaz, because, he could loop you with the hell sweeps and other bullshit, and it can get annoying, but I've played against very strong Kazuya players. I've never walked away saying, oh my God, I fucking can't stand this character. This character is carrying this player. I've never said that. Never said that. So I would say Mishimas, Even when I fought against really amazing Devil Jin players with the charge punch. Now I would say, yeah, some of the tracking on that fucking move kind of needs to go. But hey, if they set it up right, hey, kudos to them. Another character I would say, well, this might take me a while to really answer your question. So let me answer Alvin's quick. Alvin's question is kind of easy. So is there a fighting game that is worth playing? When you ask a question like that, Alvin, it's a fair question, but ultimately it's a very subjective question because what I feel is worth playing, you might not feel is worth playing. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I may feel like Virtua Fighter, which I do feel is a vastly superior game to Tekken. Yeah, I fucking said it. Virtua Fighter is a superior game to Tekken in terms of moment-to-moment action and actual round one fight. Way better game. It's nowhere near as popular, but anyway. Now, I can say that is a fighting game franchise that is worth playing, but somebody else may say Tekken is more worth playing. So I feel a question like that is kind of, it's very subjective. But if you're asking me for my opinion, I would say, hey, I don't mind Tekken in small doses, but I'm looking forward to Virtua Fighter 6. Now, getting back to the Verdant question, yeah, so I don't mind Mishima's. I kind of, you know what? It's hard to say because in this game, there's so many like I would say Raven. I don't mind losing to Raven because I main Raven and I'm like, okay, I understand the struggle of a Raven player. I get that. There are certain, like even Lee, I don't mind Lee to a degree. Who else? I mean, there are a few characters. It would take me a while to really brainstorm and answer the question, to really be fair to your question. But I would say at least like Raven, Lee, Mishima's, yeah, characters like that. But I hope at least those few characters, give you an insight. You know what I'm saying? At least off the top of my head. Not like that's a question I would have to really think and mull over, and then I would be like, in fact, you know what? If you could, Verdant, if you can like copy and paste or just ask that question in one of my latest Tekken videos, so I can get back to it at a later time after I've really, so I can give you a better answer. You know what I'm saying? So, just my respect to you on that. Let me see. So yeah. So Alvin, I just want to hear your opinion because you have a good taste. So I appreciate your faith in that. I really do like the Virtua Fighter franchise, and I really feel I am a noob in that game, in that franchise. Well, I don't want to say I'm a noob. Let's say I know how to play Virtua Fighter, but I'm nowhere near at the level that I am in Tekken. Like in Tekken, I consider myself, I'm an above average player. I'm above average. I am not an elite level player, and I am not a champion level player like a Nee or Arslan Ash. So I know where I'm at in Tekken. In Virtua Fighter, I would say I would say I'm like average. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm an average player in Virtua Fighter. And I can tell you with Virtua Fighter, I've rarely felt like I've got cheated out of a match. Maybe, of course, they have those annoying ring outs. Yeah, nobody likes getting rung out. But if it's one of those enclosed stages, I either get completely fucked up or I just got outplayed. In Tekken 8, it's always some bullshit. Like it's always some fuckery. Like it's very rare where I come across a player where I can see that the player is very strong and I lost on some legitimate shit. Like he just got me. He had my number. He outplayed me. Maybe he sidestepped me and like did something. It's always these fucking bums that would never take a round off me in any other Tekken but this fucking game. So when you come across a lot of those online, especially these people with their fucking Wi-Fi, I don't know why we're approaching 2026. Why the fuck are you still on Wi-Fi? I do not understand this, but that's a whole other fucking rant. So I'm playing against people and I'm like, how? And I know how I'm losing. It's Tekken 8. It's Tekken 8. But yeah, so that's a good question with Virtua Fighter. I think Dominique is kind of addressing you. So Virtua Fighter is like a completely different style. There are some, you can carry over certain aspects, but not many. Virtua Fighter is a very different game. It's kind of like, it's almost like even comparing Battlefield to Call of Duty. You know, yeah, they both got guns, but they play very differently, if that makes sense. You know, Call of Duty is more arcadey, you know, more Rambo, gung-ho, kill streaks. I'm just going to go fucking balls to the wall. I'm going to go and just do my own thing. Battlefield, you know, you could go Rambo in Battlefield, but there's a more emphasis on teamwork and synergy. You know what I'm saying? So and the movements of Battlefield are a little bit more curtailed than the movements of Call of Duty. So when you look at Virtua Fighter versus Tekken, those similarities, you know, they have differences that's similar to like comparing Call of Duty and Battlefield. That's why when I look at a lot of the Call of Duty Black Ops 7 drama that's going on that I would love to cover, I really look at those two games and those two communities very much. They have a lot in common with Tekken and Virtua Fighter. A lot. You know what I'm saying? Because both want their games to be good. Both may take pot shots at the other. You know, even though I feel Call of Duty players shit on Battlefield players more than Battlefield shit on Call of Duty, in my opinion, at least from what I see. But yeah, it's an interesting dynamic. It really is, and it is something. It is something. Yeah, because. You know, when you look at a game that has punches and kicks, which we've seen many times before, right? We've seen, you know, other games like Dead or Alive. Dead or Alive is like the black sheep of the fighting game industry, fighting game community. And even more so when it comes to 3D fighters. I've given Dead or Alive a huge amount of chances. I mean, hell, I bought Dead or Alive 6. I still have it, you know, and I enjoyed the game. You know, I enjoyed the game because people say, oh, it's attack, hold, right? Well, I don't mind because every character can hold. Whereas in Tekken, only certain characters have an attack reversal, like Asuka or John, you know, or Leroy, I hate fighting those fucking characters, you know? So you have to have like almost like an extra element of your offense to bear in mind, hold on, that you have to account for them doing their little fucking hold bullshit. Whereas in Dead or Alive, Everybody has it. And so it's part of the game mechanic as a whole. This is why the hold system, I didn't have an issue with it in Dead or Alive. Because the thing I used to do was like a scrub, because when I first started Dead or Alive, I was trying to hold everything. I was trying to hold mid, hold high, hold low. I was literally trying to do that. But what I started to do, and I started to do it after I watched some seasoned players. Seasoned players, they would try to hold certain strings. So let's say if like, all right, an easy one off the top of my head. I used to love Jan Lee, because to me, I felt he was like the best Bruce Lee character in a fighting game, in my opinion, right? In my opinion. So Jan Lee would just do punch, punch, punch. And he'd be like, pop, 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 washa, right? Well, then an experienced player they would block the first few punches, and then they would hold the last attack. So, and then it became like this meta where now a Jan Lee player would do punch, 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 and they don't do the follow-up. The opponent would hold, and then that's when it becomes, I started to appreciate the deeper skill that Dead or Alive did have, that a lot of Tekken players used to shit on, because mostly Tekken players shitted on Dead or Alive. I can tell you, because I've been in the tech community for years, and our community completely shitted on Dead or Alive. 1,000,000,000%. We gave moderate respect to Virtua Fighter, but we always were like, oh, Tekken is better. Tekken is better. That is until I started to play Virtua Fighter. And I seen it in the arcade, and I sucked at it in the arcade because I was never good at on arcade stick. I always play on pad, I always play on controller. And so just playing Virtua Fighter on joystick, it just wasn't my thing. And it wasn't until I played and I decided to buy Virtua Fighter 4 Evo. I think that's what it was called, on PlayStation. And I played that game. I played the hell out of that game. And I got a better appreciation of Virtua Fighter. And that's when I got to know some of Virtua Fighter's best players right here in New York. Kanjo Akira, who is one of America's best Akira players, and Denkai, who is one of America's best Jackie players. And when I tell you, these guys, I couldn't do anything. You hear me? Now, this is after I had a very solid understanding of the game. I played online ranked. I was playing pretty good. These guys absolutely eviscerated me. It was like I couldn't do anything. It was like a tiger playing with like a little animal. And that's when I realized that Tekken is by far the easier game. By far. It is much easier to get better in Tekken than it is to get better at Virtua Fighter on a competitive level. Now, while you can, at low levels, you can probably scrub your way out, right? You can mash your way out. But when you start playing against those elite players, that's where shit gets different. That's where shit gets different. But yeah, Virtua Fighter is just, it's definitely something else, and I greatly appreciate it. And I so look forward to playing the game. 100%. I definitely look forward to playing the game. Let me see. I know I was probably ignoring the chat while I was ranting. Virtua Fighter closing. Yeah, that makes sense. I can see why they say that, but Virtua Fighter has its own thing. The game mechanic is an interesting game of rock, paper, scissors. It is, Dominique. Okay, so Alvin, But there is an argument saying if Tekken was random and unbalanced, why are the same people winning the Evo tournaments? So, all right. Now, what I will say is this. When it comes to competitive play, in different games, especially fighting games, you will tend to see the same top 8 players more often than not. You may see a few upsets, but for instance, with Tekken, yeah, you will see me, you'll see your Arsenal and Ash, and so on and so forth. So when it comes to those players, one, it's a combination of the character, it's a combination of the player's skill, and just game mechanics. Let's break it down. Me, Brian Fury. Well, actually, me can use anybody. But he chooses to go with Brian. I can break down Brian very easily because Brian is also one of my characters. I don't promote Brian as one of my characters. I usually promote Raven or Steve. But Fengwei, Nina, Brian, I can use those characters very well. Brian has moves that 1,000,000,000% should be toned down, should be nerfed. Brian is very, very strong in this game. And if Nee is not putting in work, you have another, I think he's Korean as well, Lohai, at least that's what people call him. So a lot of times, when you have players that are very, very skilled, they're just exceptional players. And they represent literally maybe like the top 5% of the entire community. Like, you're not going to get many people that's going to play Brian Fury like me. You're not going to get many people that's going to play the Williams sisters like Arsenal and Ash, or that other, the Pakistan guy, Atif. They're just, they are at a level that if I were to try to get to that, I've played Tekken I just don't see it. They're just some players. It's like Michael Jordan. They're just some players that are just that godlike. You know what I'm saying? And you have players like that in every type of genre. Whether you have players like that in Virtua Fighter, players like that in Street Fighter. You know, you got this guy, what's his name? The Dominican kid, the big overweight guy, Menard. He basically wins a whole ton of shit in Street Fighter 6. You got Punk. He's from, I don't know if he still lives in New York, but I remember when he got started, and very strong player. So you have players that are elite level that will tend to rise, the cream rise to the top, but it's very, very few of them. It just is. It's just how it goes. Heard what separates these top players is their ability to adapt their opponents. Yeah, so that's another thing. Being able to adapt. I can tell you, and also in addition to that, Verdant, and I know, well, I have an idea. When I mention this, you're probably going to say, oh yeah, I should have said that. But it's also the mentality. Being able to keep calm under pressure. I can say that is a thing I've always struggled with competitively. Especially with me being a lay player. Well, not a lay player in Tekken 8 because he's not in the fucking game. But in prior Tekkens, when I used to compete, I would if I'm trying to put somebody in a frame trap, or the blender as I used to call it, and they hop kick out, and of course a hop kick leads like 70 to 80 damage in the match, I would react. I'd get pissed off. I'd be like, fuck, And then what ends up happening is a lot of times, not all, but a lot more times I'd like to admit, I would end up losing the next round. And, you know, now as I guess matured, it happened less and less and less, especially as my Tekken career wound down toward, in Tekken 8, no, Tekken 7, excuse me, around 2017, the year. But at that point, I was rocking Steve. That was my main, because Lei, at the time when I retired from competitive play, Lei was released literally on my birthday, September 6th, 2017. So how ironic was that? So, but yeah, early on, like Tekken 5, Tekken 4, Tekken Tag, I was fucking raging. So these elite players, like you say, their ability to adapt, but also the ability to remain calm under pressure. That's also another good thing to have. And also their character choice doesn't hurt either. I mean, most of these guys use top level characters, most, not all, but most. And also because they play the game all day, every day, playing Tekken is their job. So of course they know every single fucking matchup. They know every single duckable string. They know how to punish everything. So if you are not operating if you're not operating at those levels and you don't have that knowledge, good luck beating them if you cross paths with them in tournament. Good luck. Shit. Good fucking luck. You better hope there's some new gimmick that they just did not get exposed to, and you better run that shit. You better whore that shit out and hope they don't catch wise. That's the only other way I can see. You know what I'm saying? That's the only fucking way. And that's just being real. Oh boy. Let's see. Take another water. What are y'all doing anyway? Besides listening to me rant? Because I can see there's 13 of you right now. So I don't know what some of you guys are doing. Maybe y'all are lurking. Y'all got it playing in the background. Y'all probably watching a movie. Well, I can't imagine watching a movie and hearing me rant about shit. So I'm wondering, what are some of you guys up to right now? Because it's 9:08 p.m. here in New York. And I'm feeling a little bit hungry. Think about might get something to eat soon. Oh yeah, Ninja Killer. Yeah, Ninja Killer. He's a special case. He is a very strong NetherRealm Studios player, like in Mortal Kombat and stuff like that. And I heard he's been doing exceptionally well with Tekken. That's what I've heard. And he uses law, of course, because his main is Liu Kang in in the other games, in the other Mortal Kombat games. And so yeah, so I think Ninja Killer is a very strong player, but I do feel that a player like him, he has a lot of tournament experience, and I feel like if he were to be exposed to more high level play, I think he would get better, because that's what happens. Sometimes that's what it takes. Sometimes it's iron sharpens iron. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes like you just need somebody you can play against that's going to elevate you. And so when you look at people that's in Korea, all of those guys, they literally play against each other quite often. And their internet is vastly superior to what we have over here. So when you have that constant level of the elite versus the elite, by the time us lone Americans fight one of these players, we're fucking done. Like, the fuck? Like, what are we going to do that they haven't seen yet? That's why, like, the going trope back in the day, even when I was competing, was anytime, I used to say this, and some of my friends in New York used to like, hate me saying this. I said, if there is a Korean like coming to this tournament, you might as well just figure out who's playing for second place. Fuck that, because you're not beating them. And for the longest time, that's what it was. Now, you had every once in like a blue fucking oyster moon or some fucking random Hail Mary fucking occurrence where maybe you had like, I don't know, like I think Lil Majin beat a Korean player. I think Fighting GM beat me one time. But if you were to really put them together in a long extended set, they'll get their wins respectfully, but well, I don't know. It's Tekken 8. So anything. But back then, like Tekken 6, Tekken 5, Tekken 7, I'm sorry. There's a few American and I hate to go against, I'm a red-blooded American, but at the end of the day, I'm not gonna lie to myself. When it comes to Tekken, Korea had that shit on lockdown. I would watch people, it would be funny. We would go to events, and of course, I know all of the top players. I know Anakin, I know Lil Majin, I know Shin, I know all these guys. And so, you would hear them talk like GM, Fab, maybe Spiro Jin, whoever you can name. I know them, played them, or I interact with them. So that's just how long I've been around. So I would overhear the conversation like, who's coming? Oh, JDCR is coming, or Knee is coming, or some other Korean players showing up. And I would just laugh and be like, chances are they're gonna sweep you. Like, I would be talking hella shit at times. Sometimes if it was Fab or GM, I would, because I was very much in their corner. I'd be like, I'd try to give them some pointers and try to rally them. But for the most part, it was a wash. It's like the same thing when the Japanese players would come over and play Street Fighter. It's a fucking wrap. The only thing that really America held down was a bullshit broken franchise called Marvel vs. Capcom that no other country really gave a fuck about, really, because it's a broken game. Only Americans cared about the shit for the most part. And of course, Mexico, they were godlike at King of Fighters, if I'm not mistaken. Japanese also with Virtua Fighter. So yeah, I mean, just looking at just my going through the history of competitive fighting games, America didn't do very well in many of these games. It was either Korea, Japan, Mexico for certain games. That was it. Third Strike, that's a fucking wash. Hey, America ain't doing shit in Street Fighter Third Strike. So it is what it is. So lasagna, steak and liver. Okay, I was with you with the steak, my brother, but you can keep the liver. Oh yeah, I remember you mentioned that. Yeah. Oh, okay. So you're doing that. You're still doing the carnivore thing. Okay, cool. All right. Respect that. Shit, I'm probably gonna have some chicken because I already grilled some up. I already grilled some on the grill earlier. But I don't have any rice. But at this time of night, I tend to try to cut back on my carbs. So I'll probably just have some mixed vegetables and probably some salad and just some chicken for now. Lasagna. Oh, you're cooking lasagna, man. Verdant is a chef over here. Chef Verdant. But yeah, I gotta do more of these live streams, even though I kind of feel like this shit is like all over the place. There was one thing I was thinking of. When I look at some guys like Luke Stevens or a Young Yeah, or even a main man Sui, I will see him. Well, let's talk about Main Man, right? Because maybe some of you don't even know who the hell Luke Stevens is. So Main Man Sweet, you'll see him, or I'll see him. He's doing a stream. Liver King, facts. So you'll see Main Man Sweet do a live stream, and then it's like it almost seems like he's doing a YouTube video inside of his stream. Like, for instance, I'll see him, he'll make a video talking about Huarang or Jin or some other character. And he'll have like a whole segment, right? Now, that will be an actual YouTube video, but in the video, you can still see his YouTube, like his stream chat. So you can see that he did this while he was streaming. And then what I did, just on some stalker shit, because I was curious, let me find the actual stream that he did where he recorded that video. And I found it. So I'm like, okay. So a lot of these big content creators, they'll do a stream and then they'll talk about some random shit. And I guess they'll upload that part as an actual YouTube video. And it's like, oh, okay. So it's like, I'm trying to figure for myself, okay, how can I effectively do that for me? Because one, I don't have a stream deck, not sure, a stream deck, you know, the thing that does things when you push buttons. So it's like a little device. And I'm not using an actual capture card. So for instance, you can see here, if you look at my screen, you see I'm using my Xbox and I'm playing it remotely. So so on my Xbox, it's being the feed is being sent remote to the Xbox app on my laptop, and I'm OBS screen sharing the Xbox app. So that's what I'm doing. So it's a little bit go between. That's how I'm able to do this. But you know, people like Main Man and all this other big streamers, they have like these super high end computers, so they don't have to go through all of that. So it's just me figuring out, you know, how to be a little bit more efficient with videos and such, because you know, I feel like, you know, honestly, it feels pretty cool, like just streaming and just talking and just doing whatever, and answering questions and whatever. But I know, you know, it's getting kind of late. People probably gonna do their own thing. I know I gotta get some food. 9:18. So I don't know. I'm probably gonna head on out of here unless anybody else has any other questions or something. Want to make a comment or something? I'm probably gonna, you know, chime out of here. So if anybody want to say something or make a suggestion, you know, if not, I guess I'll just head on out and get some food and I don't know, maybe play some Call of Duty. I would have played some Call of Duty on stream, but again, I don't know if anybody would have been interested in seeing that. You know, I'm not exactly the most amazing player. But I'm decent. I'm getting there. I'm getting good. In fact, no, I was about to start it up, but but yeah, you know, I guess a few of you are cooking. That's good. So I guess maybe next time, you know, we'll do this again. I also was thinking, like, you know what, maybe I should focus a little bit more on the Xbox side, because it's a little easier for me to do things. Because like I said, I play from my Xbox, remote in to the Xbox app, and then oh yeah, thanks Alvin, I appreciate it. So yeah, then I remote in from the Xbox app, or from no, I I play my Xbox, open the Xbox app, select remote. So now whatever's on my screen appears on my laptop. Then I screen capture that. So it's so much easier to just kind of go to whatever game I want and I could just play whatever game. I can even probably show a video of the game. Like I can go in the store. I think I did it earlier. So it is, I feel like it might be easier to do certain things. I don't know. I'm considering. But for now, I'm looking forward to a lot of different games coming out from Gamescom. I don't really have much of an interest in the Xbox ROG Ally, the handheld. But I understand why Microsoft is going that direction. And so maybe we'll talk about that later. But for now, I'm about to head up out of here. I appreciate the 10 of you or the 9 of you that stuck around. And I guess that's about it. So I guess take care. Peace. Oh yeah, I can't just log off really fast. I gotta like go through this process. So let's go here. Okay. Go over to, all right, go to my OBS, stop streaming in 5, 4, 3, 2. Peace, Alvin. Take care, y'all. See you next time.